Yeah.
Throw the deck of cards at you. Cards up, you idiot.
Yes. Still freezing cold as usual. How does anybody live like this? Seriously though, how does anybody actually live here?
That's the thing, dear. We don't wanna, but yeah, we do.
Says a man who can somehow comfortably sleep without being in layers.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you get to live here for most of your life. Your body adapts. That's why I was in fucking pain when we were in southern Droza.
Yeah, I noticed.
How you both feeling?
Well, you know.
About the usual.
Usual.
Not gonna lie, feeling a little bit slow.
Yeah, that happens with the cold.
I mean, it's usual as far as, like, recent usual, but I can manage.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting ourselves ready as well. If I remember correctly, Vespa wanted to have a conversation with us.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I was waiting for you two to wake up.
Right.
Library.
No.
You guys go right ahead. I'll be right with you.
Okay.
I'll get you soup. Soup time.
Yeah.
Soup time.
Vegan sandwiches.
Sounds good.
Not missing breakfast this time.
I have bad news.
Oh, there's already
I
a
made too
line
many
in there.
sandwiches.
Am I technically allowed to cut the line?
Are you making things in there?
stuff, aren't you? Well, there was already stuff made, but it looks like I'm probably gonna make some more warm drinks for people.
Well, if you're
Some
making
more milk
things,
and
then
water.
go in there.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, pardon me.
It's less. It's just more of like there's being a line for the sake of, like, you know, not crowding the room.
I don't want to be in the way.
I love crust. Thank you.
It's perfectly fine to do that.
I didn't see you there.
We have actually quite a bit. It's more just rationing things until we get a steady supply.
Thank you. Penny, right?
Yeah, it's me.
Ooh.
I don't think I ever got to really formally
I'll get something
introduce
else.
myself.
Is this a line?
Marcy.
I think it's more just to, like, not crowd the room.
So I don't bump into you.
Although you should probably move up so you can actually see into the room.
Now, later might not be the food might be properly cold. At least it's freshly
Well,
made.
Penny's in there, and I don't want to bump into him.
Sometimes a little bit of passion goes a long way.
I thought you were gonna start the cookie.
I don't mind eating food cold if I have to.
Here you go, buddy.
Especially if it takes
Oh.
long.
Okay, let's just. Shouldn't be taking that long.
The slow cooks are now in the kitchen, so I'll take my leave.
Yes.
No, it's fine. Thank you for
How are you
making
doing?
some more food as well.
No, no worries.
Good morning.
There's a line out here. Holy shit.
That was alright.
I mean, there is food already ready.
I'm gonna just go around her then,
Worse. Hello. It's not physically, it's cold.
because I think she's having a time.
Sorry, I left my jacket.
Like what happened
Okay, come on.
So far, at least, no.
On. Okay. Boil some more
I was
water.
having a moment.
Rosewood specifically is a good day.
You can say that again. However, I'm pretty sure they're not usually as quiet as you.
It's gonna get cold the second I go out here, but...
Kind of assholes. There was like a bunch of posturing.
Perfect.
Morning. The other two should be here in just a bit. There was a bit of a backup in the kitchen of people trying to get food and, you know, the usual.
I see. Did you sleep well?
Well as I could. You?
Yeah. What about both of you? Get some good rest. I know that you weren't feeling the best a couple days ago, Rowan.
Decent enough.
Sorry, what was that? I was just asking if, how you slept. I know that you weren't doing the best a couple days ago.
Much better now. I think it was the extreme shift in the climate once we entered the mountain range.
Yes. I joked about you having reverse heat stroke.
Frostbite?
Yes, I suppose that would be... Well, no, that would be the opposite of, I guess, getting a sunburned, right?
Fair enough. But no, I'm much better, to be honest. Not that I enjoy the cold, mind you, but comparatively.
I couldn't get outside.
Right. Oh, good morning.
Morning, you two.
Morning.
Who's sitting here? Where?
Whatever. Take your choice. Take your pick. It should be quick enough anyway. I had a word with Rowan the other day, yesterday, and I asked him if it would be possible, without any issue from Malik being raised, to go out and try to map out a bit more of the area and just do some scouting. I've been practicing my drawing and I'm trying to do a map of the area. I don't know if it'll even be usable, but I thought it might be fine, but I wanted to raise it to the rest of the team since you would be coming along and I know it's dangerous out there, so...
I mean, it's not like it's any less dangerous being on the ship with that teleporting one still around.
Certainly. Any issue from both of you?
No issue.
Scouting mission is on the agenda. I have no problem with it. Right. Once we get a lay of the land.
I was gonna say, it gives us something to do other than
Double
just
check for
sit
areas.
around, freeze our ass off.
Yes.
Walk around and freeze our ass off, I suppose, but...
Yeah, at least
At least
we're
you'd have a
moving.
True.
Yeah. Another thing, the last thing, again, this was just a quick little thing. I had an idea regarding Shoth and all of this dream stuff and influence that's been happening. It might not work, it's not really based on much other than symbolism, I suppose, but if I found some runes representing Dodona and Lumen and a couple of other things. I had a word with Malik, and he wouldn't have an issue if we painted them inside of our bunks, or at least the door. I know that Shoth has been able to move around freely, but perhaps this might, in some way, maybe stop him, delay him, weaken him if he were to step into this area. I did mention doing it all over the ship, but he mentioned unless there was solid proof, he wouldn't just, allow me to paint it all over, but we are allowed in our bunks, so I wanted to ask everyone if they were alright with it.
Sorry, I was really lost in the pomegranate juice. One more time?
Painting symbols to the Lumen, Dodona, and some other rooms I found to try to weaken the influence of Shoth, delay him, deny him access to our bunks. There's not really solid evidence for it, but I suspect it'll have more impact than none. So I was wondering if you would be fine with it in your bunks.
I mean, if it's just for trying it out to see if it works in the first place to make sure that everyone else can sleep safely, I don't see why not.
What's your opinion about it, Céline? Know any direct things know any direct things you would be against?
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference either way, so whatever.
If you have an issue with it, I'm not gonna do it. It's simply a thought. You have the freedom to say no. There's no pressure. I do recommend it. However, that's as far as I'll go.
Do you think it would help me?
Personally, I think that would just make it more prone to cause retaliation if there's overt efforts by people trying to block people out.
It's possible. But if it works...
Just know that would be an escalation.
I feel like the two people who have the most sway in this situation, Vespa, if you understand, would be both Céline and Helma. Again, they've been affected the most by the situation. You okay with him?
Yes. If it has any chance of helping in the slightest with it, then...
Céline is in your bunk, so that's why she also gets a say regarding your room, of course.
Exactly.
Regardless of whether Céline agrees to or not, we will be doing it in our bunk.
Which is understandable.
We can do a compare and contrast. And see if it works on you, and then see if it doesn't work.
If anything, that is a bit more of a controlled test.
Mm-hmm.
I'm no stranger to bad dreams. I can deal with it if it happens. If it goes to proof, better
Unless
for
anything... Unless anything bad happens during the day. If that's the case, I'll try my best to stay awake through most of the night. Keep an eye on her. See how her body reacts to the entirety of the room.
Yes, and if either of you do feel the pull, I would ask that you at least try to, if you're nearby obviously, I'm not going to ask you for difficult things, to make it into our bunk, in case it does work in some way. Both for yourself and for the future of, Riley, Blake, etc.
It's what I did in the past, that's what I'll continue to do.
Right. Okay, I believe that's everything, unless anyone else wanted to raise any other concern or thing
Just wanted
or
to
issue.
make sure. Just to make sure I'm not missing something. I've heard a little bit about what happened yesterday. Anything that I should know that's pressing?
We made Lefron made a sort of deal where we are not meant to go towards the western part of the area. We'll avoid that when we go exploring, don't worry, all of us know where that is. And
if you know where it is, good.
So it's more
yes,
of a...
we went exploring more. We found a different tribe
It's
to the north.
clear that
Oh,
he
if
doesn't
you
like
want to
Shoff. He's
explain,
made that
Céline.
clear.
Hopefully Toriel got those flags down for where she set up the animal traps.
This
but they are
is
just right when you get to the tree line. And
the
maybe it's
most
like, there's a total,
outward
of
resistance
6,
I
know
can
where it is
have
too,
to that.
Because I caught her at the end doing it.
Short of just
We can check them on our way.
She said that she
sabotaging
had flags
sure.
down,
them.
but I'm not certain if she did.
Not sure
Have
how
you
sure
been told about our two new
we are
guests?
placing traps. New guests?
I've
Oh,
not
that's
been
interesting.
Right, those
I
ones.
would like to actually take lead on this one, because I did have a long conversation with the father. If that's okay, you
course.
are the lieutenant, but...
In the end, I wanted to just inform specifically who they are, but if you're going to have the conversation, I'm pretty sure you can introduce them as well.
Yes, they're the Roths, father and daughter. The father is a rift researcher. They were looking to join with Rosewood before they were ambushed on the road and happened upon us anyway. Fortuitous event, as I'm sure you imagine.
Extra note,
They are
just in
both-
case you can. Former acquaintance of Acteris back in the keep.
Yes.
Well done, keep.
Yes. They are both, especially the father, but I understand that the daughter is also...
Oh, I haven't seen them. No.
Go on, Whisper.
Go on.
Yes, the father and the daughter both, especially the father, for future reference, are occult users, and I don't say that just because of it. I had a long conversation with the father. Apparently, all of the expeditions that he's done to rifts and things like that have ended rather poorly everyone else but him. Having seen what I saw with Palvindor, I don't know to what extent this researcher would be willing to do things that perhaps wouldn't be nice to obtain his research. But please keep an eye on them just in case.
To give you an understanding of how desperate he is, at least with his research. On one hand, he's now with us, but his original destination was in fact Halston.
I believe actually
I'm
he
assuming-
only stopped there for escort. He didn't stay there long. I asked him for news and he expressed as much. So, well, I wanted to give you some news from home, but...
So that means they're both...
That's fine, but so... Overall, he just stayed at Halston for a short time.
Ernest domain.
I'm assuming by the fact that they didn't immediately get completely overrun by everything. I'm assuming he probably had a conversation maybe with Ordo, or lucky enough with the Raylands. Or he was extremely convincing to my father, in which case this is a different story. To be
I
fair,
don't know
if he's extremely convincing. Go on.
Is that how it works? Buying protection from different groups? The way that he put it, he essentially bought mercenaries. I don't know if you have to be sponsored in Holston to be a
Mercenaries.
mercenary.
Mercenaries in itself can be from any of the families in that sense, either from my clan or from the Raylands, but it could also be, again, if we have bodies or insignias, I would be able to assist in the matter to understand, but
Right.
in that case, the warriors could have come from
There are
either
these people to
faction,
potentially talk
even if
to.
we all work in unity in Houston.
The
meeting. I was just
father
trying to
was...
ask for Sir Rowan for a moment.
Confidential.
Oh, I'll leave you lot be for a
We
moment.
were mostly finished, I think.
Father, at least, has
Anyway.
I mean,
interest to me.
Take as much time as you need still. It's
His
nothing
daughter,
quite
though...
important.
Okay, well, feel free to sit over there so you don't
I don't
take
know what to
cold.
think about her.
Well,
It's
too
still
cold.
quite chilly in here.
Granted,
I'll be
she...
fine.
I don't think I've heard
I
her say
was
a
just
single
wrapping up
word.
anyway. We found a second tribe in the north through the cave. As far as I understand, we don't have any deals with them. If anyone wishes to correct me. But I haven't heard anything like that. So, as far as I can tell,
I think they
personal,
were the ones who told us about avoid going near, like, structures as like a tip or something. I think that was what they conveyed.
So we should check in with
Right, okay. We'll keep that in mind.
Something I heard of either. What's this about a water
A water room? Water? Oh, water run, yes. Aqua wanted to do a water run. I guess we can maybe... When you go into the captain's meeting, perhaps have a chat with Jarl. See if he wants to do it first thing in the morning. We can help them get water, and we can just go forward with our scouting while they go back with the water. Okay. I'll bring it up at the meeting then. Alright.
Speak of the devil.
Oh, alright.
Alright, if you'll excuse me.
I forget that they have the earring thing that lets them actually announce stuff. So I'm never.
Yeah, it's.
I'm never
scared me a
ready
couple
for
times
him
when I used to have the earring, Lindy.
just suddenly have a message because you can't hear it unless you're wearing it, which is impressive.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I heard Malik's voice loud in my ear. It's definitely a little bit startling. I'll give it that. Like the man screaming directly into your ear.
Surprised.
Yeah, it's the me experience.
Here.
The bee?
Me experience. Hair voices.
This whether it be.
Oh.
I thought it was
No,
funny.
but, yes.
Okay.
You're a comedy genius.
Thank you. I can tell you were very sincere in that.
I needed to catch a couple of the ox horses. Unless there's anything else, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Nothing on my phone.
Okay. After that, I'm gonna head down into the exit to be foundable by Rowan. Yeah, and they recommend that you all stay around to be easy to find, so in case we do go scouting, if Mike
I
doesn't
mean,
have
I
an
don't
issue
think
with
there's gonna be, if we don't, as long as we stay on the ship, it shouldn't be too hard to find us unless we're hiding in people's rooms.
You'd be surprised.
Do be careful when it comes to the idea of getting the traps done and see if we caught anything for the sake of it. The last thing we need to... Okay,
I was gonna say, she already left.
I'm chopped lever, I guess. Okay, lovely to hear. Wonderful. Don't listen to the Drozen. Go out in the cold. I swear to God, do it naked even. I'm pretty sure that will get you survivability. Fucking hells.
At least they're eager to do something.
Eager is one thing. Foolish is another. We've already seen that by Lafron trying to use southern diplomacy with northern culture, and he at least is a Drozen to understand a little bit about it. Others will probably go in there and completely fuck it up. Next thing you know, somebody has a right of challenge on their head.
To be fair, they also completely ignored you, so... I don't think there was much reasoning with them regardless of who you are.
Either they're good at hiding their feelings, or they actually are as stupid as I thought they would be.
Point being, the negotiations were basically doomed from the start.
Would have been me. Listen, focusing on the war clause, making sure that nobody escapes, making sure they lay waste to the entire force. We have the advantage of having magic on our side, and the fact is, generally speaking, how they reacted when I started bringing out my gauntlets, I did notice them back up a little bit, so shows they were not too much of a fan of it.
Noted.
Overall, we have the tactical advantage, but we, of course, wanted to have it Lafron's way, and here we are.
I mean, it's where we're at right now, and at least it hasn't ended with the ship on fire. Yet.
I'm pretty sure with all these jumpers or movers, or I still have not completely understood. What are we designating them as?
I've called them
movers or not?
I refer to them because they seem like a very unique threat designation that none of the classic ones actually count. I think calling them a shifter would probably be the best thing because that's literally what they do.
That's also what I heard.
That's my personal recommendation because they have such a vastly different threat profile that just calling it a mover doesn't really emphasize what it does. Not to mention, it seems that
I haven't heard someone call it a shaker or anything.
Not to mention, it seems very intelligent.
To be fair, I remember when the bubble expanded next to us, clipped a little bit of it. It did hurt, but it's not really enough of a force to call it a shaker at this point, so yeah. Definitely shifter is more of a call for it.
It's a new classification for a new kind of threat. But, I mean, I don't know if you saw what it was doing, the lone one up on the cliff. It was actively taunting us.
No, it was. Going back and forth, shifting just by itself, taking our attention. That's why when everybody was so focused on the left side of the cliff, we made sure to look for the right side.
Like
Last thing we need to do is keep our eyes focused on there, and then get jumped by something from our backside.
Like, there's a small part of me that wonders if it is truly just another rift beast, or if we're dealing with something else entirely with those. Because
I do wonder.
It's abnormal.
One of them decided to not immediately engage. As a matter of fact, they almost hid behind a tree, and then when we approached it, even with weapons, they stayed calm. I think it was, I think Yuki backstabbed it. But still, it's just, it's strange. By the fact that normally they're very aggressive and very in your face, you know, going on the immediate offense.
That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't call them diplomacy, but they definitely did not seem aggressive right away.
Something is wrong with those that I feel like we're not catching. Or at least there's something different about them.
The main issue is the fact that the rift beasts we fought before were beasts. We're reaching the point now where they're starting to become more and more intelligent, starting to think tactical, trying to find positions, trying to single us out. We need to understand that we're no longer fighting against animals. We're fighting against an actual army at this point.
Yeah.
The way I see it, creatures that are intelligent and can be studied, I'm pretty sure we can figure out flaws in their strategy. Just need to figure out where they are. What we need to try to figure out a way is to see from a tactic standpoint, be one step ahead of them. Try to figure out if they want us to jump into a specific position, maybe we can lay a trap. Maybe we can figure out a way to make specific areas seem very pleasant to land in.
I mean,
only for them to go right into a trap. Hellfire, brimstone, whatever.
Very much the reason why I'm trying to push Aethertech to make finishing plans on that small version of the generator, because if they are actively doing this taunting maneuver and singling us out up here on the ship, we might have an opportunity to actually pull off a test of whether or not they can be trapped by it.
Not just that, but see if their shifting ability is even enough to go through a shield. Because if they can completely ignore a shield and just
ideally
shift inside.
The goal is to activate it while they're inside the radius of its effect so they can't get out. Because that would both prove if it can teleport out, but it would also give us a potential opportunity to finally understand what it is we're dealing with without it being able to run away.
I mean, overall, they do seem, the shifters in itself do seem weak by itself. I say weak more in the sense that they are...
They don't have any overt abilities on their own other than the ability to transport things.
Exactly. I mean, the worst thing I've seen them do is with their little wiggly tentacle-like arms, maybe slap a couple people, but that's more bludgeoning more than anything.
And we've dealt with that before.
And it's overall, the way how I would categorize it is definitely more that the shifters are more utility-based rift beasts. Just need to figure out and worry the fact that there might be more of those.
Did we kill any of them yesterday, or was it all the same one?
Shifters? I'm pretty sure we have taken out, I forgot.
At least one.
The one that I was gonna say, the one that we encountered, when they started shifting right in front of the ship. Not on top, but in front of it. Did we kill that one? I forgot. I was kind of busy fighting against the mover and one of the champions.
That one in specific, I don't believe we took out, but I know I personally took one out earlier in the encounter.
We have one, and they started continuing. Even after that, they still started jumping in, so there are definitely more of them.
Because I'm wanting to know, one, how many of them there actually are in the area, and if they are actually falling or just retreating from battle.
I mean, it's one of those cases where, yes, I mean, it's the problem with that is shifters, due to the fact that they can have the ability to just vanish in an instant. Strategical-wise, we kind of have to assume that there are hundreds or thousands out there, because we can't quantify it.
Right.
And if they were more of a rare breed, you'd expect them to be protecting them. If they are intelligent,
awesome.
like we think.
I mean, so far they've just been, when it comes to their repositioning, the only thing that I've seen them do smartly was in Kaba, but anything else, at least against us and the ship, those were more just, I don't know, suicide runs at that point. Right in the middle of us, and then we all jump them.
I believe when we saw the one that was watching us the other day, it was played with the idea that there was something controlling them or someone. Perhaps that is just them toying with us.
That is even more of a scarier thought. In fact, there's actually someone who is actually deliberately playing them like puppets.
Until that's actually proved, that might be a bit of a bigger leap in logic than I think we can safely make. Not to ignore the possibility, but that its likelihood is not as high as just the fact they're evolving much more rapidly than I think we're comfortable with.
I also never, I mean, I'm gonna be very dark with my humor when I say, I never expected the moon to blow up, but here we are. At this point, I'm believing anything.
I'm aware. A lot of the situation over the past few months has been, well, very outside normal procedure.
Normal is, I feel like at this point, normal is not really a word to quantify the situation that we're in, or, well, Cestine's probably Rosewood in general. We're not really normal anymore. I know you're well aware, but the problem is still, fuck. I'll try to figure out something in the future. I'll try to write up some plans, maybe, in the future Lumen meetings. We can probably figure out something how to more quantify and fight against the, shifter specifically. Set up some traps, maybe, or the likes. If we know we encounter them, set up some, I guess, bait locations for them to take. And as soon as they do, got people like you, got people like you, Céline. We all just make sure to make quick work with it.
Got it.
Owen?
Well, you can tell him yourself, he's right here. It's, the others are down there, basically.
Well, we need to. We have a job.
Okay,
So,
well.
we need him.
Looks like we're going down.
Gather your things.
There are packs.
Already done.
In, the storage room, it sounds like.
Hey, by the way,
the researcher initiative.
Turns out he actually has been researching. Oh, maybe we should.
Lumen. My accent, it's okay.
It's so nice.
Fevira.
Okay. Well, it's all. Well, it's nice being out.
Right.
First things first, Bert, you are now free to join me at captain's meetings as well. We're returning to having a second present. So.
Understood.
We are going to be
for
set
the
out on a
future.
mission soon. We can do scouting after we have permission. We'll grab some camp supplies before we do so. I'll explain that after.
Okay, so
But
this
first,
is not the
one of the
scouting
3 squads.
mission.
No. We're one of the 3 squads selected to go on a diplomacy mission. The, apologies, I forget their names. The Lev is something.
Green Guard. Oh, the other ones. No idea.
The ones that
Us,
didn't
Aqua,
attack
and
us.
Yes. Or,
Right.
or well,
Us-
intimidate us. Try to intimidate us.
Right.
Us, Aqua, and Ignis are going to be heading out on a mission. We are to invoke the right of hospitality. I'm going to further clarify that with Lafron once we group up in squads.
May I
But-
suggest that Barrett takes lead in that matter? Lefron did a bit of a poor job last time in diplomacy.
I see.
Rite of hospitality in itself is a little bit more easier than diplomacy. That is more for him, but I do not mind taking the lead on that matter.
Also, if it's the second
he
group,
doesn't
they're
either.
going to hopefully be less immediately standoffish. That was part of the
Either way.
problem.
Yeah. Yes, Sonny.
Why don't we talk to him about what the points he's trying to make, and then maybe Barrett could advise him on stuff that would be better to approach it as. Or, wait, did I say that
Everything
right?
all right, Talia?
Do you need anything?
Don't mean to interrupt. Just a quick question from
Come on in.
Go on.
Barrett, you're going. You know what they're gonna try to pull and shit.
I'm gonna try to keep
So we're
my eye on
discussing-
these things, that they're not going too far with anything. And I'm also gonna keep an eye out the fact that we're apparently engaging in the rite of hospitality. Last thing we need
Yeah,
to do is
that's what I
them
mean.
pulling a quick one on us. I'll try to keep an eye out.
They won't poison you. That would be a violation, but that doesn't mean they
If they
can't make your
do-
food more spicy than you might tolerate, or
Hmm.
the like.
Either way,
We'll figure
I
something out. Overall, the comfort
need
thing
to
should be
reiterate
very
here.
simple.
under no circumstances anyone to draw weapons when we invoke the right. Obviously, if they attack us, a little different. We are not to cast defensive magics when we are with them. If we are by off chance attacked by Rift Beasts while we are with them, we will ask for permission to aid them before we do. Am I clear?
Are we able to defend ourselves if
repeat the
an
first couple?
attack occurs by Rift Beasts towards us?
Damn right I'm gonna do it anyway.
Oh my god.
I'll let him munch on my leg.
Apologies.
Because I
If
know you
beasts
said
attack us, then
no.
we have the right to defend ourselves. So at that point, that's
is
a
it
different
defend
story.
to the absolute minimum required until otherwise told yes, help in the defense.
Sorry, I've had a bit of a headache there.
You're fine.
If you are being attacked, I'm not going to tell you to die.
Okay.
So,
How kind.
Just making sure that we are not going complete no action without confirmation sort of thing.
My worries about the entire thing in general is the fact that, as the rite is, we're supposed to be model guests and make sure that once the rite has been completely fulfilled, is that we are not supposed to be the aggressors of any sort of shape or form. I don't have the worries about Lumen. My other worries about the other team specifically. Some of them might not understand the rite, get hot-headed, decide to scream, and at that point, there's a good chance that those terms might be off. In which case, Rosewood is going to have the hardest shit end of the stick that Northern Droza is ever going to see.
I do have a
If you
question,
see anybody
uh,
pipe
for
up,
Barrett.
go on.
Well, we might not speak. Oh, that's what you were doing. Okay, I thought you were. I guess I don't know. Wait, I thought you were waving towards the forest.
Oh,
What
it's
were you
supposed to
gonna
look
say?
that way.
What are you doing?
yeah.
You're fine.
She- she
Raising
was
my
had a
hand to wait
question.
my turn.
Oh.
Go on, Sunny.
Well, yours seemed a bit more pressing, but I just wanted to know common etiquette with the whole rite of hospitality beforehand before I offend anyone.
When you mean no comment, what are you referring to? Apologies.
No, she wants to know common etiquette.
Common etiquette in itself is let the leaders of the conversation finish the deal and make sure that everything is completed. And once the rite is completely and properly enacted, that's where you can mingle calmly, or at least depending on how the people who are giving us the hospitality are treating us.
Okay,
It is more a treaty for peace, making sure that nobody is going to attack each other. They're going to give us comfort, food or the likes, and we're making sure that there will be no other sort of aggressions or the likes happening. And if any of the other teams should be hostile, Rowan, my advice would be for us to immediately step in. My worry for mostly is on people like Murtesh, for example, that if these people should possess such things as slaves or the likes, which is more of a common thing in Droza. If Murtesh decides to start acting like a hero, we need to stop him immediately, because they are, after all, their property.
I do have a question real quick before Aqua shows up and Ignis. If they try to intimidate us, they get in our face and all that, I imagine that we're not allowed to speak back really, but do we have to back down? Like, we don't back down?
No, once as the hospitality is engaged, they are supposed to also give us, how do I say this? Good shelter, reasonable comfort. For the typical is 3 days and 3 nights. But overall, how they're going to treat you, as long as they're not actively and violently engaging with you, overall, that is something you have to get used to. It is more than anything the expectation that I'm not going to slit your throat in the middle of the night.
Yeah, okay, I understand. I'm gonna get my mask really quickly then, if we're gonna do diplomacy and all that, so... I'll be right back. Since we're the first anyway.
What would be deemed as signs of hostility?
Yes. If there's signs of hostility, specifically, we are not. Since we are asking specifically for the hospitality, we are supposed to be on our best behavior. They will. When we ask for hospitality, there is a possibility of them. If I remember correctly, there is a possibility of them denying it. But overall, even after that, they're still supposed to give us the benefit of allowing us to retreat in peace. Anybody who is going to immediately engage in violence is something that is strictly forbidden. And in many cases, if that should spread across Droza, that they're disrespecting the right of hospitality, could be, in many cases, it's the death of a clan.
For now, keep your magic to a minimum, not even a minimum. Do not cast it unless it is life or death. We'll have permission from our hosts. Do not draw your weapons for the same thing.
Which direction are you planning on?
This is not just offensive, defensive magic as well. No shrouds or anything of the like.
I drink my drink wrong and I keep that offensive.
But I think we were doomed before even making it there. I don't think you have to worry about that as much.
To understand also, again, for your worry, Sally, and generally speaking, if they were to engage us with violence when we ask for hospitality, it is considered quite, not even quite, extremely dishonorable for Drozans. And that alone is, again, deadly for many.
Did you see Ignis?
Yes, Aqua is waiting inside and Ignis is missing. So...
Vespa, I will also give you a heads up, in case they should not agree with your culture. Please do not take it as a disrespect, but if they ask you to remove the mask for the time being, at least for the start of the hospitality of the thing, take it off. After that, we can discuss other things.
Looks like Aqua's come out, if we want to convene with them.
Right, we're still waiting on Ignis, and they know we're here.
Any other questions then?
I did want to know what the answer to Sunny's was.
When it comes to them engaging us with hostility,
yes.
If they should, if we ask for hospitality and they should engage with us in hostility, violence of any sort, it is in itself extremely disrespectful and quite dishonorable for Drozans. That in itself can lead to the same variation if you were to not honor the right of hospitality, meaning that it could be very damaging to your clan's reputations to the point where your word is null and void, and anything you plead will be taken as worth nothing.
Social suicide.
And possibly literal.
I will be relying on you.
In our case,
should we ever
literal.
be in a conversation to
Yes,
My-
we should have a word with
My general... Go on.
Aqua and Ignis about it when they show up.
I mean, I'm going to just be fully honest. My goal is to hopefully not have to say anything at all, so...
Yes.
Don't worry. For the time being, recommendation I can give is to be respectful, be quiet, and if they do tend to be a little bit more loudmouthed, just take it on the chin this time, dear, okay?
On top of that,
You have Percy with you. Is it his bed?
on top of that,
A little bedroll. There you go.
it was the Chancellor made mention that we might be invited for a meal, or we will be invited for a meal afterwards. Please do partake.
Oh, God.
Which, I mean, I'm willing to do that. I just...
Bear with it.
Daddy.
Hopefully
Well, we
not
don't know
going
what
to.
the meal is going to be.
We were just
Aqua.
Octavian, will you be joining us?
I will be.
Fantastic.
Good morning, sir.
Aqua,
So,
we were discussing the possibility that Barrett led the negotiations, since Lefron did a job last time.
overall, his ideas were not wrong. It's just the fact that he is acting on Northern Drozen with Southern Drozen culture. It can cause quite of a stir and, in some cases, be seen as weak. So, with Northern Drozers, I'm pretty sure you can agree with me, Ivy. We need to be a little bit more firm.
You do not have to convince me, but Ignis, they are going to be with us as well.
That's gonna be the tricky
Well,
part.
here's your opportunity.
Oh, well, here he comes.
Greetings.
Lefron,
Good to see
Good.
you.
Yes.
we were discussing the possibility that Barrett led the diplomacy this time around instead of yourself.
I mean, if you'd wish to go forth. You know the rights.
As a Drozen, I do not mind having you by my side, but again, due to your southern customs, it might be a little bit of a harder difficulty when it comes to getting along. So I hope you understand that, at least when it comes to this one, we as Northerners will figure out a way together.
I feel it'd probably be best for someone from the homeland to.
As long as people who know what they're doing.
Our chief,
Maybe,
which I'm guessing is
maybe
Octavian in
before
this
we
case.
get there, you guys talk about the points
Keep
that
me
you
out
want to
of
make
this.
and like the best
I'm
way
not
to go
talking
about
to
it
you.
in a much more formal
All right.
way.
Well,
They're
Fair
setting
dragon
off. I suggest we perhaps do the same then.
my only counsel is that they might be
Is there anybody protecting the ship?
Are we waiting for them to come to us, is what Malik said, I believe? Or
If-
That's the only thing I have.
Lefron, if they are Dragonkin specific and they seem
they
to
said they would meet us
like,
first the other day, but they haven't shown up.
if they seem to be more accustomed to you, then I do not mind you being my second in command during these conversations, during the rite of hospitality. I'm pretty sure it will make things then a lot smoother if that's the case.
Like a big
Sure.
scary
Everybody here
guard.
knows about the no. Don't draw your weapons. Don't use any magic, not even shrouds. About
Sure.
asking for
Yes.
permission first.
We know.
That is correct.
Good.
Engage with them in peaceful conversation. If they should, do not expect them to be violent, but if they should start being violent, understand that they are doing something that is considered very disrespectful for Northern Drozens. In many cases, it could even end up to the possibility of their clan, in the greater aspects of Droza, being seen as, incompetent cowards. In the end, it's more of a clan suicide more than anything.
Something of note as well. It was requested by the Chancellor that when presenting ourselves, as I'm sure you both know, but we are to use, instead of a clan name, we are to use Rosewood.
Still be sure to recite your lineage, but Rosewood is effectively the clan at state.
Understood. Very well. I will do so. That is the order.
Clan Rosewood. Got it.
And the reason also, one thing I want to directly point out, there's a possibility since Droza has different cultures. The reason why I'm looking at you specifically, Motesh, is that some might be also possessing slaves. I understand that you have a specific opinion about certain things, but I expect you to please not be a hero for the sake of it. If not, we will have to treat you as,
The Luna shard is the most important thing, Barrett.
Good. We're on the same, then we're on the same page. I just wanted to make that very clear between us.
I can come back and free the slaves when we're done saving the world.
Understood. Taking a note of that. And we're done. Good. So understanding we will be picked up? Or do we need to go somewhere specific? specific.
They're coming here.
Wonderful.
What?
If we
I
are going
will,
to hit them,
keep an eye
we should
out
move to the
either way
front a
over
little
here.
bit.
Hmm.
You guys know
I
if
would
you see them
say
coming.
we should get some distance from the ship.
At least somewhere that
Very
we're
well.
visible.
Bring drinks for our guests.
Okay.
Now, because right now
Assuming
they're
an
coming.
unthreatening stance.
They're going to be the host, so they'd be the ones to give us stuff. So don't give them anything. It's nice it would be maybe like after we initiate the rite, like later on, but not right.
Guess the two of you be towards the front of our little group out here.
Wouldn't be a bad idea. But whatever the spell does,
Sure.
it helps. Just as long as they don't see you casting it.
Even if they're going to be peaceful, I'm expecting police people to keep an eye on the flanks or the legs just to make sure you're not engaged, but at
Yeah,
least
we
keep a
know.
note of it. Good.
Yeah. They told us in the meeting as well that
You can be
because they're friendly
beside
doesn't mean they're
Barrett.
friends.
Just behind him.
They don't-
Exactly.
But I'll say, Barrett, I met them. They seemed really nice, and they seemed in genuine need of help because they're being attacked by the Grim Guards as well.
Were these the ones you all met when you were exploring northward?
It was ones that approached us after the Grim Guards left immediately.
Ah.
They were
We followed
in the
after.
cave. We think that their camp is the one that's directly north that we saw past some walls. There's also, I'll let you guys know, there's a chance they saw us when we were scouting, so they might bring that up.
Anything we
Might
should
have been
know
the
about
others,
that?
Just that we hid, so they might have saw us hiding. We were trying, you know, we didn't know if they were the Grim Guards or not.
Hiding itself is not something that should be seen as a bad call. In the end, we're all trying to protect ourselves, and we're
Yeah.
not engaging in violence.
By
I
any
just want to make sure we're all aware that
chance,
happened, so that we don't like lie about it by accident.
was there any discernible way to tell what clan they were affiliated with? Grimguard versus Seville?
Their outfits looked different color, I think. I think they were a brown rather than a like a blue, maybe, but I can't remember for sure. We'll have to see. I could be wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe worthwhile.
The Grim
to-
Guards were all Dragonkin. The whatever tribe, the good tribe, were a mixture.
Noted. Still, it might be
But
good
there were
to
still some winged Dragonkin with them.
verify that fact so that it's
Flags or anything.
easy to tell.
Yeah. It's a good idea. I'm sure we'll make sure when we see them.
Was there any logic, by the way, to teams?
None given.
Understand, as Talia also said, that even if they invite us out for meals, in the end, it is supposed to be of reasonable comfort and food, as well as shelter potentially. There's a good chance that the food that we might receive might just be absolutely horrendous, but in the end, it is still food. Droza, we don't have to. We don't
Still
have
got in my eye.
Yeah, I'll do that out here.
In the end, smaller.
Oh, I hope Victoria informed. Oh, I should tell him. Do you remember the traps I told you about?
Yes, like those.
Okay. Yeah, you see that big down, that fallen bush right there? That's a really big one.
Yeah.
That's for
I'm,
boars and stuff like that,
I'm
so-
assuming like basically they look somewhat like that.
Well, that was the last one we made, but there's ones like tied up to trees and stuff like that, or that one with the bush. Just be careful. There should be 6 total within the tree line.
I mean, just because I'm not familiar with the terrain, I'm not really intending on
Movement.
jumping
There's
into.
movement in the trees. Movement in the trees.
The ones I spoke to were nice.
Someone tell those
In
things.
the trees or like towards the base?
can't see them.
Directly in front of where I'm looking.
Much more different than the Grimgals.
There's also only one of them. I don't see
Thank you.
wings.
Could be a messenger.
Would be.
They can definitely start hearing us now. So.
Certainly don't need one.
Alright.
Stand your ground, the front with me.
Greetings. May I inquire, are you a member?
dudes here.
I think you yelled it.
What about now?
You sound good.
Wow, good to know.
Your voice just travels really far sometimes.
We're moving.
Here you go.
Glad I didn't say anything stupid.
Fantastic. Good. Good start.
I hope that overall the travel here, especially with the rift beast attacks that recently occurred, I hope the travel here has been more quiet for you.
We are used to this. It is nothing. For you, however.
As most of us Droza know. We are definitely well aware when it comes to rift beasts, I can believe you with that. And by the way, how some of you have been handling themselves against them, from what we've been told, you're quite competent as well.
You could talk.
Careful on the ice up here.
Omnis, keep on leading the way, we will all follow with full trust. You're good. Yeah.
Yes. I'm fine. Just try not to fall.
Make sure to look behind you and that nobody gets left behind.
So far, so good. Not sure that they can keep up.
Oh, that's so cool.
Cold. Not like the South. That's damn sure. You'll get used to it over here.
Yeah. Used to it. There's a calm serenity, at least.
If you think Northern Droza is calm and serene, then you're already dead meat. Well, there's a reason why some areas... There's some reason that there are some areas in Northern Droza specifically called bridges, or specifically areas known for the White Death. There it is.
Compared
no direct
to
dangers of wildlife, but the cold itself.
Compared to our first day, this is at least a little bit of an improvement.
Well, as someone who can only really experience through feeling and touch, it's rather nice. Cold, for sure, but I'll take this rest beast, at least for a short while.
Polite question to ask. How far out are we from your...
Are you speaking to me?
...lands residing post?
Is it lined with cover? Keep clean? I've managed with it as it is. Just metal. Oh, how do you feel about having a space around the place? Very excited, to be blunt. Probably very excited. What do you...
If you all were able to help me keep awareness of the surroundings, I have at least trust in the natives here, but I don't trust the surroundings. At least as far as whether or not we are alone out here with ourselves, or if there are any of the rift beasts. Because we are far from any immediate source of help.
Fascinating defenses, I do have to say.
One can stomach the walk in the first place.
Very good. You've done wonderful.
My greetings. I am Barrett Bronson, speaking for Clan Rosewood, and I would request the right of hospitality.
Quite the tribe you have here. Is there more of you, or is this it?
There is, in fact, more of us. We are having our own station further out. Your guide can confirm that we have multiple other people still residing there. But this is in itself the forest that we wanted to have a conversation with. In the end, one does not simply move with an entire army for the sake of a peaceful conversation.
That is good to hear. My name is Chiefess Céline. Welcome to my humble little tribe of Yalvina.
God, Nini is so good at playing, like, mature woman
And with that,
characters. Like, God!
You won't give him that of hospitality.
She was so pretty.
But we must share a meal to conclude it. Are you all hungry?
Personally,
It's over now that you say it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's a bit cold here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All of you
Yes,
must
ma'am.
partake in this rite, in this feast. Not one must not eat. Is that understood?
Understood.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Then come. Join me.
What about the rest?
And before it's fucked.
They don't.
Alright, that's good. Towers sturdy enough to even hold out against multiple war claws, I can imagine. If I might politely ask, how has your experience been so far against these rift beast creatures?
Tiresome, troubling. Most of us never come back from it. However, we do our best.
Understandable situation. I'm pretty sure that over the course of the day and after the meal, once the rite has been fulfilled, there'll be a lot of conversations to be had.
My wife, Lydia, has provided us with the meal. She is here now.
Canonically same-sex marriage. Let's
Has
go.
come for the rite of hospitality. Yes, my love.
Who is this?
Is the meal prepared?
Witty.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Very good.
It was just
Now,
This is awesome.
please make sure to thank my wife for this lovely meal. Yes?
Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you kindly, miss.
Thank you.
Welcome. Come. Please do get the plates prepared for all of us. I do not want my wife to have to do it all.
I don't mind, dear.
I do not want you lifting any more of nothing for the rest of the night. You have done so much.
Well, there's so many hungry mouths to feed, it looks like.
It is very welcoming here.
Yeah, thank you.
We try our best. Understand that what we do is what we must do to protect our tribe and our way of living. It is difficult, especially when there are forces that deem to destroy it.
Men, women, find yourself a seat. Rest for now. Enjoy the meal, for it is the rite's conclusion once it is shared.
I will explain the meal once everyone is seated and has a plate before them.
A plate in place.
You get comfortable. We'll stick with the rest. Stick with the rest of Red.
I am should do that. It's more. Me.
I thought we were going to fan out more.
Why are you staring at me?
I'm just putting it down. That's all.
There's more. Excuse me.
Thank you.
You may sit beside me, my dear. Come.
sure? I wouldn't be able to tell you.
It's meat.
Don't want to get in the way of
What kind of meat?
your explanation.
You wouldn't.
Why, it's you!
You're too kind to me, Zayla.
I look down and my arm is gone.
Needed to
Ah!
appreciate.
Oh no! I'm delicious! Of course she is.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
This way. Wild that we're getting our food last.
Thank you.
It is nice, though. I know. It just makes me happy.
Ma'am.
It's been a while since we've had... Oh, thank you. You first. I'll get my plate last.
If you insist.
And I do.
No, seriously, guys, for real. These voices are so
You all
good.
may start eating if you wish, but I do want to explain what the meal is. Thank you. In our society, as we know, well, it is important that those of everything we use, it is a very harsh and cruel world that we live in, especially up here in the north, where food is sparse and everything. We make do with what we must. Please understand that I know that it is not acceptable in some places, and that I understand.
Oh no.
Who you are eating before you is a loved one of ours, a very strong individual who's passed away before us.
Excuse me?
Their name was Arabella, the strongest that they come. A human, unlike us, but still worthy, no less. We do this merely to treasure the fact of their love and respect that we have given them, and they have given us in return. We feed on their flesh to show that...
Erina, give me strength.
A form of love, I guess. They wish to give us one last loyalty to me and to ours. They were as loyal as they come. We use every part of them, their meat for our sustenance, their bones for our knives and weapons. Everything that we can. I hope you also pay in that respect.
Oh dear, Arabella, you are such a sweet slave.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So please.
She was such a
begin.
sweet. Oh no, Murtash!
A very noble sacrifice. Something will happen.
Now the question is,
of course.
Is it like let's roll for? How good is it?
In this honor, we have also put little lemons of citrus and such upon
Oh, it's
this meal.
fantastic.
I thought it would be very worthy of them to have such a meal dedicated to them in such a fancy way. You see, lemons are very sparse here, and I think they would have loved it.
For a rite such as this, a very welcoming gift again. Thank you so much for that as well.
Of course.
It was delightful.
I hate that they are actually appetizing.
We would not want you to waste any.
This is...
Make sure to clean your plate.
At least they know how to
In the meantime,
make themselves.
tell us, what brings you here? tribe, Rosewood.
This I am also willing to understand that whoever wishes to speak up of our clan is also something I'm willing to accept as the leader in this conversation. But overall, our current situation is the likes that we are traveling for now, and our area has so far been a suitable rest spot. I can also understand that some of your scouts might have, specifically our guides, or your guide specifically, might have seen our object that we use for travel. In itself, it is used by others who are less welcoming as we are. But again, as we are sharing this right with you, we do not wish to have any sort of hostility between us.
I agree. Hostility only breeds a form of hatefulness and unnecessary fighting in a very cruel world that we're in.
I can only agree with
There is no need for it.
Especially in a
Not when the
like
world
this
is already
here.
as it is.
Taking the words right out of my mouth, ma'am, by all means.
I'm curious. I heard you all arrived in an iron bird, correct?
Yes, an iron bird that we know all too well. We apologize if we have come off as any form of hostility when we first met you. Those with iron birds before us has not been too kind.
As I have mentioned, the ones who had such objects before us have been of different belief than we are. We, on the other hand, are willing to communicate and are able to work with you in ways that we have done so in the past. As Drozans, that is.
Interesting. Well, you are more than welcome to stay here now that you all have... I would assume you all have participated in the rite of passage, of the rite of hospitality. You all have eaten?
Yes, ma'am.
Clean plates all around?
Yes, ma'am.
Please do clean your plate. It is the only way that I know.
Anyone who has problems with it, do know that it's a last hurrah for Arabella. You would be doing her name wrong. You do not.
I also understand that some may have still not properly adjusted to the cold, so their own stomachs might not be too familiar with such things. I do understand, though, and I can speak for the entirety of the clan, that we all respect the sacrifice, as well as the, as you said it yourself, last hurrah, Arabella.
Is everyone done?
Where I see it, some might still be indulging in their own tempo, but most plates that I see are empty.
Some
So.
might be savoring the meal. Let's see. Is that what we
Apologies for my hastiness. Oh. I do agree, after a nice meal, it is, alright to feel exhausted.
so comfy.
But please do wake up.
It is rude to fall
fire's
asleep,
just so
especially
warm.
during the beginning of the rite of hospitality. We want to conclude it completely before any of the likes happens.
My apologies. Understood.
It's just
Alrighty
so
then.
warm and inviting.
I never
Please,
hoped
help clean up their plates.
to repeat this, but at least it was tolerable in the taste department.
I can take yours.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
I envy the other group, though.
I realized we didn't offer them anything to drink with their meals. Maybe that's why some of them went so slowly. I didn't even think about it.
Thank you so much.
Neither did I. Our apologies for that one.
Did you already get yours?
We don't admit to the others that we actually found it at least palatable. That secret goes with us to the grave.
Did not realize that someone different. Kind. Outside of those. So many variations of faces.
I agree. Now that the rite is done, again, I would love to thank all of you for participating in it. You are now safe. At least in our tribe.
Again, I want once one more time speak for the entirety of the clan. With the rite now completed, I thank you so much for accepting.
It is the least that we can do. Now, to get on with business. I believe that there are quite a few things I do have to warn you about. Let's see.
Are there perhaps any questions you all have for us? That might be a good place to start, my dear.
I don't know what I'd do without you. Yes.
Anybody who specifically also has questions at this current time, you're allowed to speak.
Do you know of any rifts in the area?
Any rifts? Can I knock now?
As far as I am aware, there are no rifts in this area currently.
So yes, but please do.
I have heard of such in places outside of here, but not in our direct area. We are fine and safe for now.
Were you aware of a group of rift beasts attacking our vessel the other day?
Yesterday.
We had heard there was commotion out and about from a few of our scouts. We did not know
It was
whether
rift beasts.
specifically. Oh. We were not aware of. We weren't aware that they attacked your vessel.
They were not within our expressly protected territory.
I just wondered if you were aware the threat is so near. That's all.
That we did not know. Well, I can assure you around at least our area here, there hasn't been any rifts as of late, but if this were to have happened, I guess yesterday, or the other day, then I'm not too sure. Before, it was quite calm.
I do have a question.
Calm is not a word. I mean, calm from the rifts, but like, unlike Torsian.
Ever since the start.
Yes.
Chiefess, may I ask my question?
Right.
First, please, Vesper.
Apologies. Continue.
It's all good. I noticed some ruins in the area and some statues. Would it be alright for me to draw them? I like to draw great works of art.
To draw? That is fine. I don't see any harm in it. I guess the only harm comes to when you start disgracing it or defacing it. But if it's merely to draw and replicate...
As long as you respect the things around you, you'd be fine. I would gladly go with them.
I would love if you would. Be careful with her, though. Make sure that they do not harm you. You remember what I taught you?
Yes. Of course, my dear.
Are you sure you don't want me to come along? I can always go along with you.
You have to. There's so many guests to attend to.
If any of them were to break the rite of hospitality that has been given, I'll be sure to personally re-educate them on the matter. So, to have my
Thank you.
security and safety.
It is fine. It is merely that I care about my wife a lot. She isn't from here, and I brought her in when she was merely just a slave. When I first laid eyes on her, I knew she was the one.
Listen, we don't know if it was actual cannibalism.
But I digress.
Cannibalism would imply that we ate an elf. We don't know who they were.
Awful about that.
However, we did eat meat from a sentient person.
Yes, but you were
She just
the star, correct?
desperately tried to ignore that fact.
Yeah, the star.
Cover up the flavor with the lemon.
We told some things from the people we spoke to the other day, but...
And it was actually somewhat tolerable.
And
that was the thing that...
There was a dragon that we have. His name is Torsian. You need to be careful with him. However... last time we saw him, he was flying to the west, trailing behind the star.
Is no one going to comment on the fact that
It was almost as if he was trying to guide it to the ground.
the fire just got like twice as big? Hello?
The way he flew with it.
Would it be possible for you to guide us to where that is?
Ow.
We only saw it go towards the west. I don't know if any of us know the exact area.
Yes.
There were iron birds following as well, so we did not send any of our people.
I see.
In case. Just in case.
If in the event you go finding... Apologies. In the event that you do go finding this star... and you spot Torsian, please do not harm him.
I already promised another one of yours I'd try and make sure he came back.
If you do, you'll make enemies with many tribes in the north. So...
I intend on helping him if I see him.
That's good. Thank you.
It may have been a matter of misconception what we discussed, but is Torsian a dragon or dragon kin? We were not sure.
A dragon.
Okay, so that wasn't
A few number of our scouts are
a
not
misinterpretation.
the greatest with communication, so I apologize if they gave you any sort of the wrong ideas.
So they were okay.
They were very thorough. It was just a matter of
dragon
belief, but the world is ending, so dragons returning would not be.
Yes.
Yeah, I've only had a few questions, if that would be okay. More so, what he would look like, this dragon, and would he attack us? Is there anything that we should do to ensure that he doesn't? And maybe questions about the surrounding area. But, you know. Just, you know, I didn't know. I want to get eaten alive.
Give me a moment. He is a giant ice dragon. Looks like he's practically covered in ice. Completely white. As to if there is a way for him to not be hostile towards you, I guess the best thing to do is not fight him. To not come at him with hostile intentions. Especially in this world. Especially if those birds and those that follow with it try to harm him, I'm sure that he will be on his guard.
Got it. Thank you.
Especially be wary with that iron bird of yours. Those were the last things that were chasing him, and they were hostile.
A follow-up about the Star Landing. Is it far west, or would it be something you think that we might, like, from what you saw at least, do you think we'd be able to travel there on foot, or would we need to take our Iron Bird over there? If you could remember how far up it seemed when you saw it.
Let me think. It's hard to tell, but it is quite the distance. All I know is that it's west. You might need to take your flying bird there as well.
Okay.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
I was just curious, how long have you all been situated here?
Practically all our lives. It's been quite. Though recently it's been rather sparse.
I have a question about the ruins around here.
Were they always here since you've been around, or is this something that predates you?
They've been here quite a while. To pinpoint exactly how far, though, is quite troublesome to say. But they've been here long before I, and long before my fathers and my mothers, and their mothers. So, if you have any insight, you and your clan, I think it's best to look into it. Please do come back with any information that you have.
Of course.
And keep my wife safe, obviously.
Yes, of course. Would you mind if we took
My
a look
wife
around?
is very special. My wife is very special to me. Not because she's just my wife, but she has an amazing talent to her. A talent that I don't think we would have survived without. What did you call it, dear?
My shoulders.
I know, but I like to talk about you. What did you call yourself?
I'm a seer, dear.
Right. I keep getting mixed up if it was a seer or a deer. I mean, look at you.
Oh, me too.
Cool.
Yeah, we got some of those.
No?
Yeah, no, this one right here, his name's Bolt. He's being very polite, I just need you to know that.
Well, if that is it, then you all are free to run about our tribe. Please do be respectful of it.
Of course. I will personally make sure that everybody will be treated with respect, as long as we stay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chiefess.
Thank you.
And thank you, Tribe Rosewood.
As we can walk about. Come with Philia.
Alright.
Oh, Captain. My back.
Yes, man.
Never get old.
Do you mind if we check?
Excuse me.
Sit here a minute.
Caught my eye.
I must speak with my group for just a second, and then I'll be right back, and we can do that whole thing with the drawing. It'll just take a second. Thank you.
Nowhere else to go.
You two wants to come with me.
Again, I would like to personally one more time say thank you for the lovely meal and your noble sacrifice for that meal. I'm speaking right now. Give me one moment, then, okay?
It's kind of important, especially if she's going out with anyone.
Not that I can think of.
I will
Do we
do
have
so in a
permission
minute.
to draw weapons in the event your wife is in danger? If she is to join any of ours on their escapades?
It's a good question indeed.
You are to protect my wife at all costs.
Understood.
And these will also be orders.
Oh, my feet are still asleep.
Specifically, I was going to ask about the fact that if anybody of this clan specifically should be stepping out of line, feel free to please inform me immediately. If there should be, as I said, anybody that does not act properly within the respect understanding, I will draw them away immediately. And if they should still operate and become aggressive, then you and your men should not have to worry. I will personally, as I said, re-educate them in the matters how Drozans should treat each other.
Understood. Remind me of your name again.
Barrett Bronson.
Thank you, Barrett Bronson. I'll be sure to do so.
Understood.
There's the big fight.
Yeah. Okay, let's try.
Got it?
Everything okay?
Not falling over.
Yeah.
Good.
Was certainly a surprise.
Alright.
I...
You like to do?
It's something that everybody gets used to. But believe me that such things are necessary in certain situations. So I'm sorry if it's by surprise.
I suppose it's more I anticipated it being new to me.
Believe me, even if it might be something they're not accustomed with,
I can tell they
it
put
is.
care into it, and that's what I think made it not.
Believe me when I say this. This meal is a great honor. Oh,
I believe it.
overall,
Apologies. I hope I did not cut you in. Hey.
and if you need to throw up, my advice: do it somewhere else and then dig a nice hole of snow and that.
No,
I understand.
The
What
thing
happened
that
to
I
your
think
relationship with
made me off guard was that it was
we currently don't
had I
exactly
not
have the
known
best terms with them like that.
who it was, I would have found it
They're
quite
territorial,
enjoyable.
aggressive. Very, very contrasting.
In the
They are
end,
hostile
we
at
are.
best.
She said herself,
Above one
Droza, it's all about survival.
to spread
By any
violence.
means necessary.
They will attack you.
I'm sure others will have opinions about this, but
Oh yes, I'm sure there's
voice is
gonna be
quiet until the...
I'm sure there'll be quite the conversations to be had with people when we return
Thank you for your
back.
advice.
to our
I'm
grounds.
simply curious. I do hope,
You're fine.
as I
Curiosity is
said,
good in this world.
I am
I'm
supposed to
glad to
do
make
as the head of this expedition. I will need to fall on my word. Please behave.
Let me not keep you.
I don't want this to turn sour.
Thank you for your words.
I don't have any intent on causing problems.
I know, not expecting to. But out of everybody in this group, there are two people that I don't want to end up doing this to.
I know. Seer does not
I'm
inherently
going to
mean
go around
oracle.
and look for a bit. If anything happens, I'll try to get across that unless there is an immediate emergency and we should draw blades together with this clan, then we should gather up as soon as possible, either here by the fire or by the palisade in front.
Okay.
Of course.
But yeah, seer means that they are able to interact with and in some way connect to the power of spirits. They are able to see spirits. They are able to so there's 3 different kinds of seers. Like there's basically shamans who deal with spirits kind of like within like objects, like basically. Hmm? Yes.
You're right.
Yeah. I'm doing
Oh,
perfectly
okay.
fine.
Well, never mind then. Some of Lumen went off with Octavian back to the airship to inform them about where the star fell. Octavian insisted. So, yeah, we might head that way.
Barrett is
after...
still here, and honestly, given the assurances made, it was probably good that at least some of us remain here.
Yeah. Well, we have to head back anyway, apparently, so I think maybe the rest of Lumen should be on our way after I'm done here. That is up to Barrett, I guess.
Now, I assume you are deeply in... I'm guessing this is the one they were talking about.
Maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, hard to tell in stone if it's a nice dragon or not. I am looking and rather interested in the ruins, so I will be taking a look around, see if I can find anything interesting.
Yeah. There's also that stone over there.
There's 2 large lands beyond here. Fevira is to the south, and then
Out of curiosity, do you know the nature of that stone in there? The one with the marking?
Yeah, right. And it took us a week or so to cross to here. This is called Asix. And from further over here, this is Fevira.
Barrett will be leaving in a second, because... come with me. What's it called? Rowan and a couple of others left with Octavian. He wanted to inform them of where the star fell, and then we have to do the scouting thing, so we should probably head back with everyone. Let's see.
It has been here a long time.
Right.
Anyway, why I was just curious.
It certainly stands out from the surroundings. I was more, I suppose, curious of the... if it held particular significance to the clan here. Or if it has any connection to the effigy of the dragon.
This girl has been here with the ruins before us. If it has any connection, it is lost to us.
I see. It is unfortunate not being able to know their history, but it is good that it is protected by those who live here.
Yes, of course.
Has this clan fared well with the winter of this year? From word elsewhere, the events in the sky have resulted in the winter here becoming far more volatile than years past.
It's cool.
That is perfectly fine.
It is noticeable, though nothing we have not been able to manage yet.
Need to probably make it very clear that if anything
That is good to hear.
my wife, there will be consequences.
Aside from the winter itself, has it been noticed of any other changes since that day?
Then we will carry our weight, and we will expect you that you will do the same. We will honor you.
Of course.
No, other than Taurusine following it and guiding it.
Just as we protect our own.
As you heard.
Of course. I will make sure to tell others that
I see.
there should be specifically a Rift Beast incursion that the partners will be a priority target to defend.
I hope that it is not a sign of more to come, but
I am an ice mage myself.
I am prepared for that eventuality.
As all should be. In the end, we are but a clan. We cannot make promises, but we can guarantee that we will fight and die if it needs be for the safety of your partner.
Thank you.
Of course.
Should it prove helpful, we have some ways of communicating information across large distances. Should you see a purple spire into the sky, that signals a rift beat. And should you see a white, it's our call to regroup, as one might say.
It's the same way as you have horns, we communicate with such things over long distance.
This is acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you for informing us.
Yes.
Have you had fun sketching out the ruins?
Well, more likely, if it made them sick to do this, they probably would have not kept that as a tradition over time.
Some rough sketches of the dragon, the stone, and the ruins. They look hastily done.
They're talking with Ariel.
If you ever need more time to
Quite nice looking.
draw more into detail, you may. On better circumstances.
Yes, perhaps later with probably. Yes.
I will give you just a friendly, not much of a battle story.
Right, I do appreciate the opportunity, and I will be probably taking it later on.
The signal is a kind gesture.
You don't feel like you need to rush about.
I understand and I appreciate it, but we may have to step away to do some other business for now, so I don't wish to keep my friends waiting. But perhaps later.
Of course. Of course. Please do stay safe.
Same to you, of course.
I had a question. You said you were a seer, correct?
Yes, I am.
Do you converse with your spirit often?
I do it any time that we feel we are in need.
Does it prove helpful?
I would say so, wouldn't you?
It has saved my tribe a number of times.
Really? If I so may ask, how so?
From little things to where to gather for food, to as big as an invasion happening.
Oh, really? That's amazing. Well, I'm glad your spirit is so helpful. Apologies for asking such personal questions if that was one. I'm just curious as well.
Curiosity isn't always a bad thing.
It is welcomed in this world. Stay curious.
Thank you.
Stay learning. Stay yearning.
Thank you. I will. And if I so may ask too, is there any gods you specifically pray to?
Gods.
After this, we should probably try to catch up with.
We are followers of Nyx. Funny enough.
Really?
Yes. However, that has been proven quite difficult as of late, hasn't it?
Yes, I'm greatly sorry.
May I ask, what is Nyx the goddess of?
Yes.
The moon.
Right. Forgive my ignorance, of course. Any particular aspect of the moon?
I thought that it was Luna. Unless Nyx and Luna are one and the same.
Well, as far as I know, not that much. It's probably all of the moon, is it not? Unless I am forgetting something of my teachings. Apologies if we are not too...
No.
No.
You've been clear enough. Thank you very much. We did have a question regarding perhaps some neighbors.
Yes, specifically, and this is a question that I wanted to ask, and again, I do not mean it as an offense, but we had encounters with people that have identified themselves as Grimgod, yes. Any relations or opinions about that, if I might politely ask?
I did just recently ask myself. It's not.
Yes, you did. No, it is fine. They are hostile, aggressive, untrusting. They are vile. Excuse me. They are vile neighbors at best. Constantly wanting violence in every corner they can get. They do not ask, they do not take and partake in the rite of hospitality, much to our dismay. We have lost many to them.
The rite of hospitality, in fact?
Many a times.
Interesting. Noted. Also, when it comes to the matter of fact... Continue.
They are tribes, but they are nomadic in nature. There are many different types of tribes amongst them, so do be wary. They are all not kind, and will be to cause you harm.
We will absolutely keep an eye on that. And, of course, should there be any encounters with the Grim Guard and such, I hope that I understand that the Rift Beast in itself are a specialty that we can assist with without a doubt. But I hope that as much as we understand the rite of hospitality, you will be taking the prime focus on making sure that we are safe. If they should become a hostile attacking force, I would assume.
Understood. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll be sure to keep that in mind, and, anything further when it comes to the Grim Guards, I want to be sure that we'll be updated as soon as possible. And of course, if you have any information you wish to give us about them, feel free to share. Plans talk, after all.
Be careful about the beasts that they ride.
Yes.
Or class.
Quite dangerous, yes.
Capable beasts, but not without flaw.
I'll be
We
in
will
one
make sure to
spot
consider
one
them.
moment and another, a different one another moment. Just be careful, quick.
Of course. So, should anything happen and the likes, we will be sure to keep an eye on them. And again, as it is your request, and for the sake of good graces, even if you do defend yourself against the clan specifically, even in that case, while we stay here, we will make sure to keep an eye on your partner.
Understood.
Of course.
Bert.
Yes.
With the matter of the Grim God,
of course.
It's recent that they had made an attack with Rosewood. Unsure what the status currently, but there's recent contact.
Go on.
If he's informed, we really should keep going.
Alright.
It's done.
We have so many.
I will be telling them that we're going to be heading out for the sake of it to assist our men and women.
I know.
Chieftains,
Let me get.
I hope.
Yes.
If you do not mind, I would like to inform you that after information here, while we are
My interesting.
I'll come right back.
The tundra, right?
Okay.
Yes, it's just we asked them what Nyx was the goddess of, and they said the moon. And as we know,
Makes sense.
yes, it's just Luna, Nyx, and the whole story is just interesting. Is all. No, it's do you know where Captain Euro is?
As I understand why it's so antsy about it.
I just wanted to check the ruins, see if anything survived the weather for however many years this was, but doesn't look like it. Even the inscriptions are eroded, so no luck. Whatever this was, the weather has claimed it a long time ago, although perhaps maybe in the second floor.
Vesper, I'm going to inform you quickly if you find Rowan and the others. Specifically, there's a good chance that some of the scouts of this clan specifically are still out there and could potentially be part of their attacking force. If that is the case, then inform them specifically that your chiefess and their seer have both granted them permission to stay with the rites of hospitality. If anything like that, they should back off immediately. If they do not, then I will inform them afterwards, even if we take one of their lives.
Understood.
Hopefully it doesn't have to come to that then.
William, that's whether you guys know where Sunny and Rowan are?
They went ahead.
Helma as
Like
well?
I said, they went with Rowan, with
Wonderful.
Octavian, along with Helma,
Good.
to inform everyone. So we should
I'm
hurry.
going to make sure you guys run ahead. I'm going to make sure that Aqua and Ignis are also getting themselves out of the way, and then I'll run after as soon as possible.
Well, you can tell them.
They are
wonderful.
there. And he
We're
can tell
returning back with the attacking
Lafrance.
force. You'll be fine. Good. You're
okay.
If we should attack, and if you should get attacked by some of their clans, the clan members of this clan specifically, tell them they should mention that the chiefess, as well as the seer itself, have accepted us with the right of hospitality. They should back up immediately. If they should not fight and defend yourself, inform me. I will inform the chiefess afterwards once this is done. Me and the rest of Lumen are going to go ahead.
Come on.
You as well. Alright.
I'm sure it's not an issue for either of you, especially since I asked, but if you wish for, I gave the rest of Lumen a poison to induce vomit.
Overall, making sure that any member of this clan specifically stays alive is our highest priority. In the end, we can always, as so to say, be a little bit untruthful in the matter.
I'll take it none of you are interested then.
Me itself, I'll be fine. We need to make sure to get our
I
friends
can
back there
manage.
first.
I'd rather not intentionally make myself sick if I can avoid it.
That's fair.
Overall, having the poison on my knuckles is not going to do much. Probably end up hurting myself as well. Blades might be a lot better than that.
Oh, well, I meant for the human that we ate, not for fighting.
Yes, I know that's what you meant. I
think Barrett didn't understand.
I was unaware that you mean it like that. For me, I'm gonna say this respectfully, Vespa. I'm a Droza and I'm used to this. This is nothing that I'm not used to.
I thought as much. But I thought I'd offer.
But I also,
it's only polite.
That's why I wanted to also make sure that if anybody else is not aware of these customs, that they have the ability to relieve themselves to make sure that this is not going to be a permanent issue.
I at least appreciate that they did not surprise us with it after the fact.
Again, surprising us after the meal can be also taken sometimes as a disrespectful act, so they've made the wise choice of being upfront about it.
Now, I don't know if either of you two knew, but what were the other teams assigned to do?
Setting up a camp.
I have camp outside, and overall it should be okay.
A camp to go westward, I'm assuming?
To stay, I would imagine.
I thought we would probably be mostly making use of the airship itself.
Seems Malik had other ideas. Perhaps he wishes to do some scouting with the airship? I don't know.
Possibly.
I couldn't tell you.
So get yourself prepared. We could be reaching the combat zone in just a bit.
Yes.
Needs be I can take the lead.
If it comes to it, I'll let you pass me.
If we see combat, try to prepare yourselves early in case.
Let's hope Lumen is here, the rest of them.
At the very least, I don't see any fighting around the ship.
Let's hope it's not inside.
Yeah, if they're not here, they might be west with the rest of them. Guess we'll see.
We can
Double
confirm.
check on the ship, make sure that's clear. Be fun overall.
They must have gone west with Octavian. We should probably try to do the same.
I have no idea where specifically west, but we can try to figure out a way.
I'm just assuming. I'm just assuming at this point, weapons hot, just for safety.
Weapons. Yes.
At least out.
Understood.
Well, if that loops around.
Let's hope we do not have to take a dip in the cold. Even this one is going to probably be too much for me.
Is it frozen?
Yes. Is it? Yeah, looked a little bit more walk, a little bit different to me, but it's fine.
I would be wary just in case. We do not know how thick the ice is.
That's also true.
It is a river, which means that usually there is a little bit of water flow underneath that prevents it from freezing fully over.
I think we'll have to either cross or go left, further west.
Well, we don't know exactly for sure which direction they ultimately went.
Yeah. I guess actually I could try to look for tracks. It's a big group, right? Give me a second.
That would actually be
choice.
wise, as long as it has not been too distant. If it's been enough
me just
time,
walk down
the storm would have covered them up.
Vesper is looking for tracks, footsteps, disturbed snow, trying to find out where the rest of Rosewood is. The rest of Lumen, more specifically. Yeah. Sounds good. There's something I learned in my tribe, at least. It's how to do this, so...
Probably even have a little bit of an advantage over me when it comes to our tribe. We usually scout ahead, and then immediately once we have the information, we just strike, essentially. We don't really do a lot of that scouting, we just wait for a victim, and then we do what we do.
That's fair enough.
Well, in the meantime, while we're out here like this, we need to at least have our heads on a swivel. We are just 3 of us.
Yes, whether it's Grimguard or Riftbeast, we should be ready to fight, and fight retreating.
Just make sure to keep your bearings about you then.
Yes. Let's hold here for a sec. She seemed extremely accepting for a Droza chiefess, I will say.
It's more for the rite of hospitality's sake. Once the rite is ushered, that already means that while we still have our smaller mischiefs, it is taken serious by everybody in Droza. If we were to play with such things, we would...
Looking around, you'd see there's a lot of tracks heading to the west, or just behind Barrett.
Okay.
So with
alright.
the river to your right.
Yeah. Shh. Okay. The tracks do go this way.
Understood. Following you.
Well, it would likely mean that then they dip more towards that direction to our left.
Through the forest, or...
Unless they suddenly end right next to the water.
So it seems like they keep going, so they'll stop at like the river.
Okay. Right. It seems that they must have crossed somewhere around here.
Well, then I would take the most direct path across then. Minimize your time on the ice. Be spread.
If we don't find them soon, it might just be best to, you know, go back.
Make sure that we at least hold the fort, so to speak.
Yes. I do have an idea of where we are, but...
One thing we could do is try to follow the riverside.
Yes,
we won't get too lost.
Okay. Yeah, good idea, Barrett. I think that is a bit further back. Okay. Watch out on the ice.
Ooh, understood. Good eyes.
Well, if we jump down, it's gonna be hard to come back up. Okay.
Be okay.
Keep going this way. Okay, well, feel free to call at any time that we should go back, Barris. It's up to you.
Keep going for now, if not.
So long as we're going in a direction we can hold our bearings.
Skulls.
That's probably
That's territory.
And also the end where the river starts to curve.
Yes, there's a very good chance that this is definitely the
I would suggest that we make ourselves a bit scarce, at least in the open air.
Yes. Let me just take one last look around, see if I can spot anything, and then...
Back into here.
We might.
We're at least concealed from immediate line of sight.
Yeah.
Hello.
Ooh, anything else around here? Or did I lose
around here? It's let me actually roll because it's gonna be really hard to tell with the blizzard and everything.
A lot of people. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. I don't actually. Where am I?
Good start.
It's a good start.
Well, that certainly gives us some confidence.
Yeah, you'll see some footsteps kind of heading towards like. Well, I'm gonna become a tiger for a second.
Okay.
Or, actually, I'm gonna become a fucking orb.
That's crazy.
So like this way,
Okay.
you'll see a few footsteps
Okay.
heading this way, but only a few. So you have that direction to go off of.
Alright, thank you. Alright, Barris, I think... I see a few footsteps heading over there, but I don't know if it's whether the blizzard covered them or because it's the footsteps from Grimgard scouts. So I don't know if we want to keep going in that direction.
Well, we know the other side of
No,
the
we
river is starting to go into their territory based off the effigies.
If we realize that we go down this way and there's more skulls showing up, that's showing their territory, then we run back. If not, let's try to walk a little bit further.
Let's cross here, I guess. Are you sure? Okay, no. Do you want to go around this side or that side?
Maybe let's follow this way a little ways.
For the sake of it, if we follow the river first of all, and also let's try to stay in cover of the trees just to be sure.
Yes.
The last thing we need to have is them
You're
drawing
actually starting to
arrows.
see more footprints going this direction.
Actually,
I do think I see a little bit of something ahead. I'm not sure if it's light reflecting off something. It does
right.
look
I
like-
do see a lot of more footprints and the signs of people coming this way, so I think it's a good sign.
Well, let us keep our eyes open. There are ruins to our right.
Ruins.
Keep an eye out for the ruins. Maybe they're the same ones? Maybe we even walked in a circle.
I don't think so.
I would be
but
surprised if we somehow looped around that much, because we went one direction for quite a ways.
Wait, what is that?
Wait, actually, no, you're right.
No,
What?
these are.
What the? Is that a sword?
Yes. Watch
Be
for
careful.
any
We don't know.
traps or anything like that.
Yeah, the likes. Careful. Look for any sort of runes on the ground or the likes. The last thing we need to do is step in anything.
Contact.
Wait, behind us.
Fucking. Oh dear.
I would rather not do that if I were you.
Pleasure.
Come on.
Already.
There's no need for this.
I'll give you that.
Fuck.
say the same about you. Oh yeah.
There's a work on.
Don't turn your back.
Oh, God. Oh, sorry. I'm not.
Come on. Is that all you got?
I would use the terrain. You don't want to.
Come on. All you gotta do is just stand.
It's the environment. We're fighting.
Right. Right. Fine. I see there is no.
Let's go behind that.
Oh. Ah!
It's nerves on both sides. Come
Waters arise, surge and tide.
Parting gift. Parting gift.
That one's getting really low on my nerves here.
Waters arise, surge and tide, become a destructive wave.
Again, there's a wall clause. We need to get out of here. Take the breathing chance that we fight.
Yes, I agree. Just pick one. Go.
It's too much, man.
Fuck. On the back, in case they're following. Yes, but keep going. Don't stop. Don't look back.
I'm not going to give them the opportunity to have a weapon on them.
If the war clause and re-engage, I'll take them. Just you keep going.
Yes. I have no bearing on where we are right now.
We just gotta head west. The further west we get, the better.
Good.
Don't follow the ice.
I guess there's something. The client's not pushovers.
Yeah.
Travis, can you both walk? Take it, Céline. Hey. Come on. You okay? I have you. Okay. Come with us.
I just wanted them to not keep that weapon with them.
Bastard.
Do we need another mana potion?
I
listen.
I do.
First aid.
You can have them.
Get in the trees.
You focus on you, both of you. You're more fragile than I am. I can. 1 second. He's gonna hold his arm under you. Come on, dear. Come on. Let it go.
Yeah, just sit down.
Mana for you. I only use a bit of magic. I can still fight.
Just first aiding myself, and then I'll get you.
Yeah.
I can still hold his son. Keep an eye on everybody. I thought I lost him. I'm good.
Sorry about the poison, Barrett.
It's fine. In closing quarters like that, they had us surrounded. And against 2 war claws, that was... Overall,
I got you. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, fuck me.
It's just all over. Multiple points where it's torn up. It looks bad. It is.
Okay, just remember. This is just first aid. This is not healing, okay?
Yeah, I don't care. Just, I need to get back there. I don't think I can take anything more fighting.
Yeah. Fuck.
Assuming he has some degree of awareness of like just general medical stuff, there's at least a severe, many wounds.
I have to go back to the Rose. Can you still walk? Or you need assistance?
It's gonna hurt a lot, but manage.
Okay. We're behind you, Esper. Not now. I'm here for you. Come on, put your arm around me if it needs be.
I can...
Right behind you.
I can walk. It's just...
Need me to pick you?
hard to...
If you need me to pick you up, I can do that too. It's fine. Esper, we don't need to engage with that stuff.
No. They're helping. Just trust them, please.
What? No, sir. Vesper's going the other way, Céline. Come with me.
They're my friend.
No.
They...
We are your friends. Céline, not now. I understand you trust them, but at least focus on her.
They want to help.
Shit. Come on now.
Please. He doesn't mean harm.
Céline, listen. We need to go with Vesper. They could be chasing us.
They're trying to guide us to safety. I promise.
Safety's that way. It's in the rough direction. Let's just go if this is going to be an issue.
Just give them a chance, please.
Those are bones, I remember those. Okay, I'm right behind you. Gonna be fine, dear. Can you both walk? If not, rest yourself on me. We're getting us out of here.
I can move, just not at a run.
get you some medical right now, Rin, if you don't mind.
Medical with Ariel now. People hurt.
We're trying to look. We're trying to look
Céline?
for people. We're trying to look for the rest of the women.
Talk to me. What do I see?
There's been some degree of
we
first aid
counted
done
them.
by him. It is bad.
We
There
shook
is
them
a.
off.
She looks very close to completely out. Severe,
Both of them
moderate,
first
free
aid.
minors.
I can still stand.
Okay.
We were looking for them specifically because they had. Okay.
Okay, I'll sort you out. Don't worry, okay? This is gonna hurt a lot.
Massive claw wounds, what looks like a giant bite,
We were looking for
and
Lumen because they went
numerous
ahead when
blade
everybody
weapon
knows the
wounds.
ship. Octavian and the rest of Lumen being Sonny.
Where did the bite come from?
Up to
They
severe.
both went ahead to take care of the situation. We were staying behind, making sure
Right.
Aquino was up.
Sister, don't worry. This is gonna really hurt.
And I'm gonna be very blunt. We tried to follow tracks, but I guess we completely lost it.
Next day scars show no signs tomorrow. When new spring comes new life.
The guards, or whatever, what are they called? Cerulea's people, old people.
Searing pain in
Guards.
3, 2, 1.
Encounter with 3 of them. Until their claws. They didn't follow us, but Vesper's.
I know, I'm sorry.
Take care of Vesper's.
Completely
I can still
fine after this. It's just really painful.
It's fine. It's fine. Just.
What about the Murthash? What about the others? Where's the rest of them?
This was all of us, this was all of Aqua and all of it.
Put bandages on to make sure it doesn't reopen.
The rest of Lumen has not shown up yet.
I've got painkillers if it'll help with the numbness,
We
but
grabbed your guys' bags
No,
and
it's-
came to the ship to get them.
No, it's alright.
do you like help?
Just make sure they're treated for now.
Yeah, so you get treated too.
There you go. Slow and steady.
I'll get there behind if needs be.
Céline.
If you wait for me to get patched up, man.
They attacked us after we found some sort of ruins with a sword and a stone or something. They came at us behind.
Sword
Did you
cuts.
find any
Okay.
Claw slashes.
Where exactly was this? We have to avoid the area.
One
It
severe,
was
2 moderate.
back that way.
Nothing.
Across the river.
Ethereal.
I can help with the
2 or 3 Grimguard, please heal me, and like 2 Warglass.
Just
Okay. It's gonna cover everything.
Oh no, you see it happen to
Mild, moderate, severe.
He's gonna hold on too short.
They've already been first aided.
What happened to us?
The severe is here.
Check it out.
Mounts across my arm. Oh, thank you.
Did you find the other groups?
No.
No, we've been searching
We
the
were
entire
following tracks, but eventually they just went cold. Wherever they
Why'd
are.
you leave us, by the way?
time. Because we were trying to catch up with our own team that went ahead with Octavian. In the end, you guys all had each other, so I wouldn't be that much of a problem. And we thought the sprint wasn't that far.
Who belies this situation?
Was. Yeah.
I've got this
Kind of figured that, which we thought it was going to be.
Alright.
I am very well aware. The idea was.
Yes, mild, moderate now. Mild,
Yeah,
moderate
no,
now.
we can talk about this later, about the logistics and why you can call us an idiot for this time.
Hold on. Alright.
Again, Panawi.
Thank you.
Again, the plan, I'm assuming, with your gears and everything, is to set up camp around the region?
Is it healed or first aid?
I don't know.
That is an idea, but we just decided to gather everything just in case we run into you all. Figured you were already fisting with the camp.
Well,
Okay.
seeing as we have yet to find hide or hair of any of the other teams that went out this direction, you can see that's not working out too well.
Yeah, no, I get this.
You want me to give Rin? I can take that off you. Makes you a lot more agile.
Yeah, well, I didn't die.
Thank you. Yeah, I could use a little bit more if you still have it.
Of course.
Whatever it was, they were definitely. It wasn't on
Just an
even
encampment.
nearby those effigies. They
We
were
checked it out already.
clearly guarding that sword.
Never, how many did you heal? Quick question.
Clearly something important.
I used a big syringe
Do you think they were guarding us or just chanced upon us then?
Given how quickly they were to immediately engage in hostilities just by proximity, my guess is at least some degree of protection.
They might have spotted us when we got close to our camp. I'm not so sure. Maybe.
Too moderate.
God for my spell. Otherwise, I think I would have been taken out.
I just played the keep away game.
Tegan,
If you
take us
stood
in as an
still
example.
dealing with the war claw.
Do not underestimate war claws, bastards.
Fortunately, they can't deal well with tight
clan, do we just
corners.
attack on sight?
Yes.
At this point, I'd think it's safe to
we've
say.
had. Thank you.
Not only that, but apparently...
Less of a problem. The other clan has told us specifically that they have disrespected the rites of hospitality multiple times. They're cowards, and they do not deserve to live in my eyes.
And there was no exchange of words before blows were brought. It wasn't even a matter to even attempt to negotiate.
He is ready to move as convenient.
Believe me,
Ready to go. Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure that these
We're
dudes.
not dealing with rift beasts though, so.
No.
You follow tracks this way, right?
Yes, they went. They ended there, and then they ended at the river. And you can walk on it. It's frozen over.
The river crossing.
Yes.
Over there.
I can at least point you the direction we came from.
Printers, I'll stick by you.
Thank you. Ariel, if you
bag is really
let
heavy.
me know.
Yeah, look, I'm looking at this potion. If you want to fix it up with your special little jig before we go too far.
I would probably cross in light groups. We don't know how thin the ice is. There's a bit of ground around the stone there, if you hold close.
Do I fire?
Wait. No, that's them. I think that's them. That looks like Solace in the distance. Which means they're either in danger or they are looking for us.
The other side of these rocks.
No, we've been walking in circles actually for the past like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Wait, really?
Well, hopefully
leading us towards
Are they okay?
scouting, I believe,
hopefully
and
it
it's been
worked out better
shifting
for
on reason
you.
of what we're scouting.
Grimguard, Wild Claws.
Morticia's
Yeah.
here with us a second ago.
Need healing? Rowan's
No.
with us, so if you want to push up to him.
Guys, did you happen to see that weird area with the sword and the stone?
Yes, that's where a couple of us almost got cut down.
So that back. We're not sure what that's
We
about.
went past it, Luca.
No worries. We were scouting the area looking for any hint of where the meteorite shard was. We were told it was west, but
Did someone die?
it's too high and the altitude. the
Yes,
storm
almost
changes.
us. Grimguard.
When was that?
You were such a weird cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently Murtash is run off with Rowan and somebody else and they aren't...
Nah, Murtash is
no,
up there.
he's over there. He's over there. Okay. Just been...
And Rowan.
Yeah. Where's our captain? What happened?
He ran ahead.
We've been trying to
I believe
scout
he
out
assumed you were on the ship.
wherever we can go to the west. There is a pass to the west.
There
here,
is.
But it's one of the ones that goes up. And
Apologies, I lost
Let
sight.
them know what happened.
We just went to go find
Yeah.
the rest of everyone
Yeah.
else.
They made a good point. We met people behind
You injured?
the door. They got several-
Lothariel's handled it.
Transformation, sir?
It's
I don't know.
mostly just dried on at this
Sir,
point.
should I just go retrieve that thing? Whatever it
Where's
is.
Barrett?
Is it important? Do we know?
Over there.
He's right there.
I have
Right
no
next to the
clue. The
Inquisitor.
sword was not mentioned at all by the tribe.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a look at it.
They jumped us when we got nearby that sword that you guys are talking about.
Okay.
So Solis, am I able to join?
Umbra, anyone else that wants to go? We're gonna go check out the sword with the professor here who knows about artifacts. Everyone, I think another team is going back to the ship.
Tara, we'll go along as well.
Captain, are we still holding information in the back?
You were mention something. Tara, then.
Probably, yeah.
No, I was going to see.
Lumen.
My captain's still missing, but he just showed up. My apologies.
I assume you might want this.
The thing is also the fact that we have, unless you've been already informed,
Yeah.
we've talked with the chief.
You gathered your packs in case we caught up with you.
You're the one that has also
Thank you so much.
near the aforementioned sword in the stone.
Be careful, there are still Dragonkin flying about.
Everybody, so
So this could be
care if they die.
We'll deal with them.
I know.
Is the plan for securing camps still in place? I feel that's a bit jeopardized with the battles of the Grim God.
Ask Ventus or Umbra. They or even I don't know. They're the ones that were handling it.
Captain, what's orders?
Well, we didn't make camps for you. You are supposed to do that after your thing. So, but you're running out of daylight, so it would have to be.
Are we still?
So you made camps for yourselves? Where? Which direction?
Are
we going with them?
Are we still camping?
Yes, we're going with Umbra.
Okay.
Where
Lumen, come on.
Tents? Like, was it everyone together or just anywhere?
No.
Sense to you the
What-
fact
what-
that
We're spreading out.
They're very
Ask Luca when he takes
disrespectful, and the fact that they have broken
Let's look him
the
in.
laws of hospitality multiple times.
We're spreading out and setting up camps in various places, trying to get a wide berth.
It's not this way.
attacked by the sword? Were you part of that group?
Yeah, it's not this way. Luca, where are you going? It's not this way.
I wanted to speak to someone who went by the sword.
Luca, it's not...
Well, I bled very close to it, if that counts.
Well, the attack that was there. Did any of them look injured?
The individuals fighting us.
Yeah, did they look like they had gone into conflict beforehand? Because we were there moments before you lot, and they attacked us there as well.
Lumen, we're
They
taking
had
up the
came
rear.
back.
I don't believe so. At least it didn't seem like it, but that would explain why they were immediately hostile.
They were immediately hostile with us as well.
How many were
Chances
there?
are negotiations or any sort of speaking.
Given
8
what
around with
it was only, I believe, what was it, 2 or 3 individuals and 2 war claws?
2 or 3 individuals with 2 war claws. Chances are they were checking if we had left.
No.
Why did they engage you though?
Not very immediate. It seems like it was a scouting party.
All right. In terms of the entry point, is it open ground? What are we dealing with?
Open ground.
Yeah,
safe
it's
circle.
very exposed. Not much cover.
Okay.
Just
Okay,
the
that's good to
platform.
know. Right.
Simple
when we make it
suggestion,
over,
sir.
though,
Oh, go ahead.
by all means.
Due to the layout, there's a small ruined area where we can keep people who might be more vulnerable, and then whoever's got shrouds and shields, I think we should just circle it while you work, sir.
Agreed. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just make sure. You care more about Westman, Céline, at this point. I can handle myself for now.
Perhaps we should expect
Women all healed up.
beforehand.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Lothariel's taking care of
I know
us.
you are. You're a lot more capable in area denial.
I
and
look
range
more
combat
fucked
than I
up
am.
than I am at this point.
I'm trusting you.
Shrouds and shields. Form a perimeter on the altar. If anyone needs to take cover, we've got ruins on our left and right.
Yeah, Octavian better be having some good answers for this.
This better be worth it. All things considered.
Rowan, do you mind if I accompany you? Where shall I be? Don't, Watson. Now that we're here, everyone else, keep an eye out.
I'll be taking a look. I'll be taking a look into that direction. They came from this way.
If you come over this way, there is a symbol on this side.
Wait, that's the same marking as what we saw at the other tribe's encampment on that stone.
Which one? The friendly one?
The friendly one,
The other
yes. There was a stone just like this nearby, a statue of a dragon.
There was also one that Umbra discovered further on that down there, but it seemed to be reversed and not lit up like this one. It was in a cave.
It was lit up at the friendly tribe as well. Very
From
similar
what you've
to this.
mentioned, could very well be related to the dragon itself. Most tribes would revere the dragon, whether they're friendly or foe against each other. Does not matter with this sword. I do not recognize this sword.
It is divine healing that she got, like supercharged divine healing from Lefariel. Her wounds have been healed.
Very old, but strangely pristine.
So she is technically fully capable, but her body does hurt. So she can fight, but she is tired.
Orcish made weapon. Not magic. No spells, should I say.
Is it a relic?
Thank you. Could be, but it's relatively well made, brand new, I'd say. This mustn't have been too old.
Something recent? Yeah, so
Something
perhaps
very
something
recent.
that we should be. May I make a suggestion that we, if again, I heard that the symbol is the same as the one in the clan specifically, should we perhaps, before we go any further, inquire with them?
I think so.
We're still in the right of hospitality. The last thing we want to do is touch a grave site, desecrate it, and thus cause the right to be broken, in which case Rosewood is going to have more than just that clan to worry about.
Don't worry, I'm well familiar with Drozan customs. I agree, we should notify them immediately, but we need to stand guard here no matter what. It's odd to me that this has happened. To me, this is a little bit more concerning. Alright. I need to delegate a squad immediately to tell the tribe. They need to see this for themselves. But first of all, I need to find out if they even know about this.
Would it be wise for those who went previous to go? They'll have friendly faces then.
Keep it quick.
That would be us then.
Lumen, yeah. Alright. The rest of us will stay here.
Take a quick draw if there's some kind of thing. At least try to make a rough sketch of it.
Is there enough of you?
We have the whole team here.
Okay.
Sonny, I would suggest you going with your team.
So I think we're covered.
Great.
Alright, Vesper. Take down the notes here. One moment. Yes.
For you to understand, we've noticed that the borders for what I'm assuming is the Grimguard territory is towards this direction. If they're going to attack, Warclaw's probably going to jump from anywhere, but if they're attacked from that front.
Understood.
Further across the rivers, you'll start seeing the skull effigies on stakes.
That way.
They could have scout and smaller patrols in the area, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go
Keep
then.
your eye on the skies, folks. They do fly. Okay.
Alright.
Right.
Deep breath and with haste.
Let's make a perimeter.
I'm right behind you, okay?
Alright.
We should probably make haste back to known ground near the airship and then follow the path there.
Yes, I'm agreed. Last thing we want is to get lost again.
Yes.
Well, to be fair.
Starting now.
Oh, Ignis.
Starting.
It's Ren.
Good.
Well, I am glad that they did not get into hostilities when they first arrived. I don't think many people would have taken care of it properly.
Lafron. Yeah, the circle is supposed to be an area that people are guarding right now. We're gonna send ourselves back out and talk with the clan that we have made hospitalities with to understand if that is one of their grave sites. The last thing you want to do is disrespect it. If not,
we should
then,
make haste.
Yeah, we run
They're
out.
dead.
For quick reference, the sword that's in the stone is marked by that same symbol that was nearby the ruins in there in
They
camp.
eat their
This is
dead.
Well, what did you?
On the
Yeah.
They're
Yes.
dead. Yeah.
I thought you
And
said
maybe
they were dead.
we
By
don't
the
need
way,
to focus
sword
on
is
semantics.
orcish made, apparently. Not sure
Rowan is
if
moving.
you would have any familiarity with that.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Oh, be careful.
What is it?
I give a fuck
We gotta
about
go.
it now.
Anyway,
moving,
no
but
need
I
for
don't know the
chit-chat.
directions, or someone
Good to
else
have
needs
you
the
here.
lead.
Yes.
Okay. Now to understand the direction. I'm starting to reach the frozen labyrinth part of Droza. This is bullshit. Careful, hole.
Hole.
Wait,
This
no.
was the hole, I think. Remember, we went this. I remember the hole. Did we go? We went this way.
It's not this way.
So the way
It's
back
not
should be probably this way.
Yes. Yes, this should be Grimgar's territory. We should go back.
Yes.
Yes.
Other way. This way.
I stole this from someone.
Oh, might have been me. Apologies.
You'll still have it.
Oh, you got it. It was probably off me.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm not sure why I'm carrying it. There's... Granted, there's no longer a hole in my torso, so that's nice. One of the assholes stabbed me straight through the gut. Hurt like a beach.
Best decided to get cocky with me. Threw out his weapon and started punching me. Oh. But then
Yeah.
the coward's way to fight with a fucking war cloth, 2v1.
Across the river here. That's back towards where we are. I recognize it now. And who's that up ahead?
I don't know. Everything alright?
What?
Okay, it's
What's going on?
Sorley and Alvi.
No, wait. The rest of Loma.
I know, I'm just pointing out who it was that was in front of us.
I think we could probably take a shortcut if we go through there, but if we want to go be safe, we can just go back to the airship.
I think we shouldn't risk it given what happened last time we went off the path we knew.
Yeah.
Remember, when we get
Unless
close
we
to them,
know
we
this
have to
one,
put our
please.
weapons away. Yeah.
Until we get near that area, definitely keep
No.
them out.
Absolutely. I'd hate for us to get there and then forget.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they might possibly get the hint when they see at least a few of us, completely caked in blood, but point taken.
Right.
By the way, don't fight Warclaws. Vespa. It's here.
Why does Sunny keep falling behind? Right. It's just headaches, I think. That makes sense. Yeah. It's not your fault. Also, good eye. I almost missed it.
I mean, it would not have been much backtracking, but... I don't know how much daylight we have left for what sense of daylight it is here.
At least for now, keep them out. We could be jumped at any given moment. But as soon as we reach the hilltop, before we crest over into the camp,
How
remove your
about
weapons.
when we make sight of those ruins we saw right before we arrived? They were fairly close.
That's what I mean.
It's an easy landmark. seem to recognize Sorrel. If she's from there, I see why she left, and I'm total assholes, a lot of them.
Take a moment of respite. Keep going. Slowly, and then pick up the pace.
It's more just fatigue and, well, whatever Leferial did to heal fucking hurt. So there's a lot of soreness left over from that.
We were back in Norendal. I had my entire ribcage cracked, and we pretty much healed that in an instant. That was an experience I'll give you.
Yeah, the numerous holes ran through me by tooth, claw, and sword. Also.
Understood.
Vesper, we're at the range. Put the sword away.
Let your shroud run out if it needs be.
Vesper, following the water, we went to the right of that.
Yes.
Technically, yes, just... You can see the flames from the encampment.
Should be engaged in combat, remember. Protect the sphere at all costs if it needs be. Good strategical advantage will come back.
Are we good to come and go as we need to?
We are with the right of hospitality, so we're allowed entrance. I will do so. Even if we have magic, that was because we were attacked. By all means, we mean no harm. We need to have a potential conversation with your chiefess or your seer, potentially. We found something and we wish to inquire before we interact with anything. The last thing we would want to do is desecrate a potential gravesite if it's made by you.
I'll let her know.
Of course. Excuse me, could you speak louder? You're a little bit further away. Apologies.
They said we may enter. We have...
You completed the rite, and you may enter.
Of course. In the end, it was more their understanding of wielding magic. The last thing you'd want to do is also seen as a potential worrisome act. That is why we wanted to make sure.
The rite is in motion. We shall honor it, and you shall do the same.
Chiefess, a greeting. Apologies for the more bloody re-entrance of your encampment. But we wanted to quickly inquire with you about some knowledge. We have found something out and about, and we wanted to specifically see if you had any knowledge of that. The reason why we wanted to ask you was also for the fact, in case it might be a potential grave site of your clan, the last thing you'd want to do is desecrate it. So we wanted to inquire.
Vesper, the drawing.
Yes.
Before we do any of that, do any of you need healing?
This is dried at this point.
I am a healer myself.
I am exhausted because it's been a track and we've been running to make sure. Because again, the encounters were with the warring tribe, but unless anybody else requires it, we should be fine. Again, the knowledge is more that we seek.
If you would like, we still have some food left.
Stay warm.
It's very kind.
Now,
They are in a rush. They are in a hurry.
but still,
Please.
Vesper has
Tell
made
us what you
a
find.
drawing of the lights.
Do you recognize this sword in the stone?
Yes, I do. There is a fairy tale, or that of legend, that whoever is able to pull the sword out of that stone would be deemed the next true warrior, the chosen one and such. It has been here long before my tribe and my father's and my mother's, as well as those sigils that are implanted into it.
And you say
There has been
chosen.
rumor. Yes, there has been rumor that, what was it, an orcish warrior fought valiantly and died there. Some like to call him different names. I think the name the children have talked about now or have come to conclusion was a man named Torgen.
Thank you.
Either way, it is merely a story, and those children and those that wish to test their luck to pull the sword out of the stone are more than willing to do so.
Understood.
It is not a burial site. I mean, technically it is, but all in good fun.
In the end, it was more due to the sigil being the same on the grave as it is from what we understood here within your encampment. The last thing you'd want to do is again disrespect the rite of hospitality. That is why it was necessary for us to inquire with both of you. Knowing this, at least that we are safe to interact with it, is helpful. Thank you
Yes,
so
of
much.
course. And if you just so happen to be one of the lucky ones, please come back. We would love to see it.
And
We will keep
again,
that in
so
mind.
The chosen one is of a can be warrior, chosen one, whoever. But is it more the chosen one of what was the name of the orcish
Torgen.
warrior again, or Torgen?
It's all
Torgen.
just stories made up by the children to tell the time.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows for sure.
Merely a fairy tale. However, again, pay it with respect and just have fun with that one.
Very well.
If you do happen to run into any of the little ones there, do give them a show. They do
Unfortunately, the
love
only ones we ran
their
into there were the
Test their might.
Grimguard and their war claws.
Of course.
I
I would
suppose.
assume that's how you got. Yes.
The little ones, any of the younger children in the tribes like to go over to the sword to test their might.
Even that
Settled
far
to
out
hear
near Grimguard territory, if I might be so
We
blunt.
tell them not to, but they love a challenge. They see it as part of.
Adventurous children.
They see it as
Leave
part
the
of the
girls.
challenge and part of the trial, as they like to put it.
I suppose I can't
By all
fault them
means.
for that.
Knowing that, at least that information that they're safe, that this is safe to interact with, will definitely be aiding us. It might even be more beneficial if, since we might be taking a little bit longer when it comes to the track due to being on foot, if any of your men who is capable of flight might be a little bit quicker than us, would they perhaps even be okay with them informing our men and women of the clan who are currently residing at the sword?
That I
Only
think we
if it
could
is
do.
okay. If it's not, then I would not want to risk any sort of problems.
Yes, little one.
Just make sure that they aren't holding a weapon because they're on guard because of the other tribes or clans.
Yes.
right?
If they engage,
We have warned the children many a times. Trust us.
of course, it is more the aspect of if
We should
one
just-
of yours wishes to fly ahead. We can also inform them ourselves if it needs be. We might just need a small moment of respite before we head out again. Again, we've been
You may stay
doing our
here.
best.
Daylight is dying, Burris. We should head out.
And as I said, I can make the flight if you would like, Chiefess.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
It is not far by air.
As they
Again.
said, make sure to keep your weapon away. You wouldn't want to alarm.
Mish. Again, as long as you arrive and, again, be on the defense, they will not engage. We've informed them. Try to come from a direction that isn't the direct territory of the guard specifically. Because we'll be keeping an eye out that direction specifically. Of course. The last thing we want to have is accidental blood spilling. Of course.
Of course.
Safe travels.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Come sit. Both of you. Look like
I
you're about to
appreciate
fall
it.
over.
Just a bit tired. I've fought for longer and harder battles.
And I'm insisting you
appreciate the
have a
sentiment.
seat, please.
Well, we wouldn't want to stop
At
your
least take one more check
hospitality.
over of healing.
I don't.
At the very least.
I think it would be at least worth a chance.
Again, if it is offered and you insist, then we shall
I
follow
do.
hospitality.
Just take a moment.
And
breathe.
what about you both? Are you both okay? Sort of injuries that you encountered when you encountered them?
We had no true running with them.
They mostly spoke us and fled. More to keep the tab on
Mm.
anything. It goes for you as well. Please have a seat. I'll take I know a stubborn leader when I see one.
She does.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you mind just fetching some water so I can clean them up a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, dear. Even if it's dried running around with all of that on, you cannot be good.
Oh, it is certainly not.
Chieftain.
I don't know how much of it
course,
is
dear.
mine and how much of it is the
Anyone else?
fighting.
How about you three?
The three of us.
Do you require healing?
We're okay, thank you,
That
I'd hate for the
is
Grimguard
okay.
to see you bloodied and bruised and think they can have another chance at you.
My magic is a rare
Well, if they know that they ran a few weapons through me and that the whole wound's already
Thank you.
closed.
They don't call me the chieftain for nothing.
I suppose it.
I suppose not. Right.
And some rags.
Actually, while she's recovering, random question. Is there any legend about a cave, full of treasures and the like? I've heard myths about that sort of
Please do
thing,
be quick with it. It does get cold very easily.
Full of treasures.
Like a dragon's hoard or something like that. Just myths and fables that I've heard of in the past.
Wet rag. Help wipe
Can't
you.
say that I have.
Do be quick with it. It gets cold quite quick.
Alright.
Maybe it might be farther up, Droza.
That's not that much for me. Thank you.
Yes, perhaps further north or west. If that such a thing exists, that is.
Set it in the bowl.
Thank you.
And wash them off later.
Alright.
Please.
Again, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
I recommend you probably make it back to your vessel as quick as you can. Nightfall will be here soon, and that is when they make their appearance the most. Stay safe.
Thank you again.
Of course.
Alright, Lumen, you ready to move?
Yes, we must raise the dying light.
Yes, sir. Right. Thank you once again. Lumen, let's move.
Stay safe.
You as well.
You as well. Thank you again.
What's the fastest way there now?
The fastest way back to the ship should be the same way that we got here.
To the ship or to the sword?
Well, they recommended
I mean, the way
before
how it is, I'm
nightfall.
assuming that they're going to have the sword situation handled now that they get the information via plans, member.
For all we know, if Malik is at the airship, we can get directions on whether we should remain there or go out. That would be my hope, at least. Of course, you are free to disagree. I just am expressing.
Rowan, did you, with the group, cross the lake?
We crossed many.
It's hard to tell at this point, I'm sorry.
I don't believe it was a lake, though. No, many rivers. I don't think it was across the lake, though.
Did you ever find any caves, any shelters, anything like that?
One massive crystal cluster. Icicle crystals.
Did you go inside, or?
We did. It goes on for
anything interesting?
Nothing of interest.
Alright.
Also, what was the sudden question about legends and myths of dragons, hordes, or the likes, Vesper? Anything come to mind?
I just heard stories. I was curious. My mother used to tell me all sorts of things. Can't I have a little bit of whimsy, Barrett?
I was just asking. In the end, you're the one who understands certain
No,
things a lot
as
more
you
than
know,
I do, especially when it
we
comes to
don't
things like
allow
Celestine.
fun here.
Maybe it's a hunch or the likes.
Fair enough, Barrett, fair enough.
This is a strictly no whimsy situation. We must all be serious all the time.
Yeah. That's my job. I need to filter that out for all of you.
One day you're going
How
to...
dare you have fun in Northern Droza?
The dam is going to break, Barrett. The whimsy is going to take you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I hope it drowns me quickly.
Huh? No. Don't drown at all.
He wants to... No, let him drown in the whimsy. It's good for him.
It's just a bunch of thorn bushes, or thorn, giant thorn, spine, there's nothing in it. It's like lifetime.
I swear to any god around that if we see anything that isn't one of us on the way back, I'm going to scream.
There you go. There's the rope. Almost home safe.
I do have decent balance on places like this. I'm okay.
Good.
I do think I possibly see somebody over there. What? What?
I think I see you. Yeah, I see you in the distance.
I think she's having more headaches, probably.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I hope she's doing better now.
think I see some possible movement over there. I'm not sure. That might just be my imagination.
What was the point of the camps anyway?
That's...
Just to get a lay of the land.
Yes, and when we have people actively
Kind of like when
hostile against us, maybe I don't see why spreading ourselves out, isolated from each other, is exactly the play. Perhaps they understand something I don't, but it seems a bit, well, foolish.
You guys are okay.
Good, you're all alive and well.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Did any of the other teams show up while we were gone?
No.
Just you guys.
Ruinola did, though.
So much for Ventus.
Nothing besides her brother.
Sable's brother's here.
Oh, who?
Found Sable's brother.
Shouldn't have went through our
My
shore.
brother. Here.
Oh. Right.
Hello, brother. I like your cloak.
Thank you. Keep me warm.
I suppose the question is Malik still present here?
He's been locked in his office for a while.
We didn't see him. This is the problem. It's been quiet.
They've kind of been out here for like the past 15, 30 minutes.
I don't know. It's...
Yeah,
It's
we're
whatever.
currently...
If we need to set up a camp, we can do it in the day off. I don't understand what they're doing in the middle of a blizzard, unattended. Are we meant to be sleeping out there? Is that the point?
I know an orc who's gonna very much enjoy that statement.
It seems a hint towards
He's a hunter, apparently.
Brad, what is that? An elk? A deer?
Yeah.
Something like that. Elk.
Elk.
To be careful, did you hunt it in this area?
I did.
You have to be careful, elk can be dangerous sometimes.
Did you make sure that...
So I've heard.
If you have the carcass or something, be sure it's already on board. We made Are you,
That's a meta joke. He knows what I'm talking about.
Then do me a favor. Bring it on board as soon as possible. Overall.
Alright.
We've so far made...
Permission.
That is permission to bring it on board. That is permission.
Thank goodness that it's getting so cold out here.
Bring it on board, chop it up, and if it needs to be, put it in our cooling cabinet.
if it
Last
comes
thing
to
we
it,
want to do is them assuming that we've hunted in their territory. But you understand, you're not from, I would assume, the same as...
If the rest of
Droza,
us is staying outside, then they can stay outside, but I don't understand why we would leave
Are you
the
all
Ox
gonna be
forces
coming back
unattended
inside
with
as
the
well?
airship.
One moment. Let me just quickly confer with my team.
We're not gonna set up any camp tonight.
You're going to be working together with us, then
Let's just head
welcome
inside for
aboard,
now.
but before we confirm anything, do have a conversation with Malik.
Yeah.
He's our head.
I don't know who that is, but I'm fine with that.
Chancellor.
Sable, you should know.
Come back.
Hope you're all safe.
Come inside and get you something warm. Yeah.
Well,
We will be right there.
I will be safe once I go inside. I just want to sit down. My body hurts. Everything hurts.
Sable, darling, can you take one?
I don't mind letting them make things.
Thank you.
They can probably assume that if they're not with the clan, then they're probably back to the Again, all we can hope for.
Upstairs.
Mess hall.
So, in the meantime, what do we do with these the supplies we were supposed to put out in the dangerous blizzard?
For now,
We're preoccupied, so... Yeah.
We're not... I don't think we're in shape to spend the night out there.
Yeah.
Where are we staying? Staying at the
Pretty
ship
sure
would be the best choice.
if one of them got one more solid bite on me, I was gonna fucking die out there or something.
I personally prefer that not be the case for obvious reasons, but I'm happy that the bite did not happen.
don't mind
Harm each other. It's the mutual promise of not slitting each other's throat in the middle of the night.
Chili water make
Other
cookies
thing
and
is
tea.
also the understanding that we don't hunt in each other's territories.
I know you.
The reason why I wanted to have this thing butchered up as soon as possible is not have any sort of potential problems occur. So, for the sake of it, if you're willing to stay here,
Is Cookie in
ask
there?
about anything about it.
Shitty water make.
And let's say we still have this one from
I see.
the trip when we were in Kaba. Let's say on that. But still.
City water make cookie and tea.
Baron, Bronson.
Looking at the cookies, what kind are they?
To understand that
Chocolate.
there is specifically one clan in the direction-wise, I think it should be from us towards the south. Specifically, we've made the rite of hospitality with
Please
them
make sure to
and
have something warm
relations.
as well.
For you to understand,
tea should be fine.
How's that cookie treating
We
you?
were just outside for a while.
There's specifically a clan
Shitty
here
water.
who is respected by no one
Well,
by the
that's
fact
good.
that they have broken the rite of hospitality multiple times.
Ow.
If you're able to fight and you see them,
Careful.
you'll
No,
feel
Drink tea. Help with
It's
help.
the lingering pain of having claws breaking through my body and being ran through
to
by a
understand-
sword.
Have you ever been to Droza overall?
Have tea?
Perception.
Good.
Yeah, you could say that.
Please make sure to get checked out if you're
Well, then
injured,
I'm
though.
happy that you both
I've been so twice. Once by Fevira, once by the
If they
chieftain
have
of
overseas, a brother
the
and sister
chiefess, I
keep losing
believe,
each other.
of the
Specifically-
tribe we made hospitality with.
When it comes to being here, do you have
See
any further
Lafron?
questions right now that I can credentially answer?
Lafron
I
is
can't tell you anything unless
out
you
there.
fully
They're
initiate it
all
for
right.
obvious reasons. No offense, Céline.
Understood. Sally, here's a shitty water. Butchering knife you can use.
Can give cookie? Me?
To
Me give one for sponge cake.
The cookies
One
should be
sponge cake.
fine. Here, you use the materials in here to cook. You shouldn't be
No,
doing it.
I'm
That
trying
is
to do-
one of
I'm
our
trying to
crewing
depart.
You don't have to hide if you want to enjoy it. You know that, right? You're welcome with the rest of them. Everything still hurts, even if it's been healed up.
oh dear. It might be sore for a while now. You did get attacked by a really big guy.
I mean, yeah, I got completely raked across the chest, bit on the shoulder by a war claw, and one of them literally ran me through with a sword before running off.
Gosh, I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you there.
It's alright.
Captain, you want to come sit with us?
We got away and we got help finding the others. So it was alright.
I do think that trying to get revenge on that other clan was a total waste of time, if I may speak freely.
I think there's a lot of things that went wrong there.
Wait, what? The whole point of going out there was for revenge?
That's what Ventus wanted.
Times.
Yes.
Once it was to deal with the squad, another was to, well, to me in my head, it was that they were being attacked by them multiple times.
Because the
And
reason
then another
we...
time it was just scouting with everyone.
Because
But
the reason we
were
went out
told
there...
to come along.
The reason we went out there was, one, we were told you were out there, but that there might have been scouts from the tribe we made hospitality with that needed to be told that that was the case, to get them to stand down. That was our primary reason for looking for you all. And just to make...
It was a...
convene with the other
mess.
squads, and, well... we only convened with them after the three of us basically left barely breathing.
We were told to go along with them.
I-
A few people. I probably should have put my foot down though and said we need to regroup.
I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I'm glad that we did go. Because then they would have got another claw on somebody's back. You know? Fanny could have gotten, like, stabbed with a spear because he wasn't paying attention. A lot of bad things could have happened if we didn't. But a lot of bad things happened because we did as well. So, Céline, I'm sorry.
It's alright, like I said, we got help finding our way back to the others.
I'm just glad you're okay.
I'd say I've had worse, but I don't actually know if that's true. I think that was the worst I felt in a long, long while.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Not particularly at this point, it's just the parts of getting injured that healing can't deal with.
Do we have any spare medication to numb the pain, Rowan?
We have some, yeah, if you think you want some. I'll grab something.
I can manage as long as we're not going out to fight again today.
Well,
if you have any
it's
trouble
almost
getting
night.
sleep, let me know.
It's okay.
Other than that, you made a comment earlier.
Yeah?
Something about ethereal putting your ribs together in a second?
No, that was Barrett. That was Barrett who said that. For me, like, so to put it in reference, when they found us, like, actually, my campus is still torn up. There's like this, you see the like complete like gash along the whole front of it, the massive teeth marks in this and everything else, and also
One more time?
It's nighttime.
Oh, thank you.
But okay, so, like, you see the slash marks, you see this, like, giant bite and, like, the point where, like, the sword went straight through me? All those wounds, he closed in, like, 10 seconds at once.
That's impressive.
And it hurt.
That's
so fucking bad. But they healed.
And there was no potion.
No potion.
No potion.
He did that himself. I mean, Vesper did a little bit of, like, first aid on me before we got to them so I could actually walk over there, because I don't think I would have made it over there otherwise, but, like, the amount of wounds that I had should have taken several minutes for him to deal with, and he did it practically instantly. And apparently, back in Norrendale, he did the same thing to Barrett, where, like, his entire rib cage was, like, cracked and such, and it got put back together in the same amount of time.
What the hell?
Captain.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your feet are under the rugs.
Barrett,
Just didn't want you to trip.
can you explain a bit more in detail about the whole Norrendale rib healing thing? Just to...
Yeah, so to be specific, what happened in that situation? I'm assuming we mean when I was talking about Letherial.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, when I was injured in... during the big siege, basically, before the shield went up.
I'm gonna need you to mend
What happened
this,
was
by the
that...
way.
How do I explain this?
Of course, no problem.
Letherial, I had my ribs cracked basically in multiple spots, and Letherial had gotten himself the ability, for lack of a better word, to Just... Have you ever noticed that when he heals, he has, like, multiple eyes around his head sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just after the seeds of knowing, though.
Exactly. I'm assuming then if that happened just after, I might be one of the first people he's ever healed with that. But yeah, no, he...
Yeah, the eyes
did
were...
his regular spells that I knew before.
The eyes were there too in this case. At least when I looked up, I could see clearly again.
That's so cool.
We did.
Is
We
this
did.
a secret?
He had his...
No, but not by any means. I've seen it before.
I don't think he's keeping it
Multiple
secret, I
have seen
just don't think he's ever really explained it, other than he seems at least consciously aware of when he's doing it, because he warned me that it was going to hurt really bad, and I was like, what do you mean? And then, well...
I mean...
I certainly hit a pitch that I don't think I've ever hit before, from the pain.
When he healed me for the first time, at least, he seemed surprised. I remember specifically he had his hands on my chest for the sake of getting the spell out, and as everything happened and snapped into place, he recoiled back thinking the spell would last longer, but no, again, it was like... Normally it takes like a minute or something too. In that case, we're dealing with a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's amazing.
Painful,
man.
but very cool.
I see. Wonder why it's not been brought up to me. I guess I don't really speak to him anymore. Still.
Yeah,
There a
everyone's
reason
been
for it?
busy.
The reason for it? Or just, again,
The
everybody being busy?
idea behind it.
I think just in...
The aspect of it, it's a thing.
As far as just talking, I think it's just a matter of... Squads haven't exactly been heavy on the interpersonal communication stuff lately. Outside of captains, of course, but Lethariel isn't.
I told him that I'm researching. Well, I guess it doesn't matter.
For the meantime, I'm assuming you all going to stand inside here for now?
I mean, it's nighttime. At this point, I don't think it would be folly to go outside.
No, the reason for that is I'm going to be standing on top deck, at least, and keeping an eye out into the dark wherever I can.
Oh.
See if I see people walking towards our direction.
Okay.
At least the last thing I want to have is the door be closed, and lest happens that everybody starts banging their door, freezing to death.
I mean, I might go out
If
there
it
a
is
little
just-
bit. For all I know, maybe the cold will make the pain a little bit less, because it'll go numb instead.
It'll numb it.
If
That's-
it's just looming
that's
here,
normal.
we
Yes,
should
sir.
establish a night watch.
Very well.
Especially since we're
We can
basically...
pull in the Ox Force if it needs to be.
Yeah,
I think that
but
would be best.
we need at least one Lumen member with anybody that's Ox, because they're not fighters. Except for Maynard, but
I agree.
even she's
Do you want me to go
just
get
one
Ox so
person.
that I can describe it? Or like,
We
so
don't
can all
need to
talk
do
about
that
it?
necessarily. Not yet, at
We
least.
we can do that once the night starts. For now, we can still take a moment of respite. Take a moment to just take a breather after all the fucking running we did today.
Yeah.
I also want to say at least from...
Hi, just in time. Where's Helma?
No.
Helma's gone.
Helma might have gone to bed, yes. Any word from any team?
No.
No.
Okay.
No contact
that's
even on the
cool.
earring from the professors?
No. Malik might be
Yes,
here, and I
Rowan.
think only he can speak over it.
Damn.
There's a non-zero chance that Lumen's going to be the only squad here. We're going to be setting up a night watch.
Okay, that's fine.
For
I
the sake
have a
of
few
it.
suggestions. I'll be right back.
Go on, you first,
Setting
that's
up a few lit torches on top of the airship, so that people think that there's more people than there really are.
Good idea.
We're on the same thought process here. Good call.
Yes, and it might be a good idea to get the Oxfords to also patrol. Nice. Well, they might not be able
We're
to
all on
fight
the same page. Awesome.
numbers. But not, yes.
Leave it to Lumen.
Same brain cell.
Also,
Congratulations.
I've heard from the Ox Force, Malik is still here. He's locked in his office right now doing busy work. So we do have him here and giving others the information just in case.
Sounds good.
Does anybody know if he's eaten?
When does Malik ever eat?
Well, I just want to make sure. If he's working hard, I want to make sure he's eating good.
pretty sure he'll appreciate at least a knock on the door from the time being. But yeah, as Vesper says, I'm gonna try to set up some torches for the time being.
Yeah,
Love, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Want to go this way? I'm gonna go knock on Malik's door and go see if he's doing okay. See if he can.
Go for it.
If you can hear me, Shoff, thank you for the help back then. Oh, hello.
You alright?
Lingering pain from having multiple parts of my body rent apart by war claws, but it's manageable.
Still don't pit me, but you know.
Well, you're alive.
The healing doesn't make it go away. Now it's just fatigue.
Head on inside. Rowan wants to have a few words with you all. We're gonna set up some watch tonight. Octavian.
Okay.
Any word from anyone else? Did you come alone back to the airship, or?
I just came by. I was by the sword. Well, I think a lot of people found out, it's not what it was meant to be. Some sort of magical spell that lifts you up in the air. I had about 5 people break their legs. So that was fun.
That sounds like
Did the messenger from the tribe come to inform you all of what we discussed with them?
They did, and I appreciate that.
We figured they would be quicker than us trying to make our way back.
Oh, much quicker.
Yeah.
Are you holding up on fine otherwise?
Yeah, Lefariel healed me, and for good measure, the chiefess also provided healing when we met with her, so now it's just a matter of getting my energy back.
I see. Don't push yourself too hard.
I mean, it was alright. We did get help to find our way back to the others, or at least reconvene with them.
That's good. And like I said, do not strain yourself.
Yes, sir.
Ah!
Well, means Octavian,
back.
good to see you.
Good
Have
to
you
see you
all
as well.
safely returned, or is it just you?
Yeah, it's mostly just me. Most of them ended up breaking their legs near that sword. Long story. Not really that interesting. They're still trying to pull that goddamn sword out of the stone. It's not going to work.
Yeah, the whole legend of, oh, you pull the sword out of the stone, you become the next chosen one of the likes. We've sent one of the clan's members over to assist you and tell you the story, so...
They arrived.
Good. Good.
So, whatever you do not pour mana into that sword, because you will fly about 50 meters in the air. Just as a heads up.
Understood.
Oh.
Besides, I don't think I'm a chosen one, at least in that capacity.
I mean, it wasn't really my first decision, but good to know at least for the future. I'll give you that. But yeah, at least for you to understand what's happening. Céline, have you already told Octavian about what we're doing, at least currently?
No, but
in a moment.
Might be better soon.
You're
I'll
fine.
get it ready.
Of course. You gotta understand, Octavian. We are currently, for the sake of it, since we are combat-wise, we are only Lumen here with you, and besides the Oxfords, we still have Malik up top in the work in his office, basically working hours right now. But what we're trying to do and show that we have a little bit more of a visible force for the time
no, we
being,
literally
we're
all
going to
just
place,
ran into it by
torches around the
chance.
ship.
It wasn't a matter
Make
of
it
like,
seem like our forces seem to be a lot more.
we didn't like know
accessible
where it was.
than
We
they
just
actually
found
are.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah, the
Good
Oxfords
choice.
have already, some of them agreed to it. So they're having the meeting inside.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Wonderful.
Good to hear. Very well, good plan. I think it goes a long way to see Lumen thinking straight ahead compared to the other teams. So I'm very well quite pleased to see that.
I mean, we gotta do something. Overall, we failed at least on the objective of establishing a campsite somewhere out there, so we gotta do something at least to redeem ourselves on that front.
Admittedly, I
Some
find
teams
it a
have done
bit
that.
unwise to have sent all of us out to camp out there and leave this place relatively unmanned.
Agreed. It's not inherently a bad thing to scout locations and try to figure out wherever the hell the media went. But part of it also comes through making sure that we all stick together and don't stray further apart. Yes.
We seem to have a new potential auxiliary force, and I was wondering if we could have at least you be present to acknowledge them, at the very least.
Of course. Bring them here.
By the way,
bring them over here.
Did I hear correctly that they were related to Sable?
They are.
Do you like cookies?
Yes.
I don't.
They are specifically Sable's brother.
References on sweets, or are you not again?
Noted.
I'm not a very sweets person.
Okay, just checking.
Oh, and for the sake of it, Octavian, to be blunt, and again, I would hope this stays in the initiative for the sake of the Drozen rights. Sable's brother did give us a welcoming present of hunting a deer. Is most likely in the grounds of elk. Even this is most likely within the grounds of where we're technically not supposed to hunt. And if anybody asks why we suddenly have more elk within our storage, I said we found another crate when we were still in Kaba.
Understood. Keep that in mind.
Last thing we need to do is piss off the clanspeople who we've aligned ourselves with.
Mm-hmm. They've been really good.
At this point... Yes.
Just because I feel like it'd be better if it doesn't come out as a surprise. I mentioned loosely that after a few of us had gotten jumped by the Grimguard, that we had help getting our way back to the others. That help came from Shoff, just so that it's clear. They
Why didn't you say anything sooner?
Because Vesper was annoyed by it because I said that they were trying to help us guide our way back.
It was to confirm that it was one of the orbs specifically who guided us directly back towards the ship.
Shoth, you said.
Yes.
At least I'm assuming that's Céline.
I have a very strong feeling it was them. They
Interesting.
seem to like
Very
me.
interesting. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me. I'll reconvene that with Malik.
I didn't
See
want
what
that to
stands for
be...
at this point.
I didn't want that to come out as something being kept a secret or the like, because... Well, I know how most people here feel about him.
At this point, to say that there hasn't been a lot of these occurrences happening would be a lie, so I do appreciate you telling us, or telling me more specifically. I'll gather information from here and carry forward. Right, bring in the new member, auxiliary force.
I believe, is that what it was? Just to clarify.
Yes. I'd like for him to be around.
I'd like to join.
Yes.
I don't know how you do your process.
And why are you interested in joining us?
It's right off. Just didn't want to say anything.
Ah. That doesn't make things too complicated. So, living out in this continent is too rough?
I'll just step into
Don't want to
a
do
room
it
for
anymore?
a bit. I'm not going to bed. Just...
I'm not from here.
I'll be right back.
Then where are you from?
There's always room for a pill.
Need to go to the bathroom real quick. Céline giving information. Garner some trust for a sharpshooter. just saying, guys. Shoff is a nice person if you are actually nice to them. I 100% guarantee you, Shoff appeared there to guide them back because it was Céline there, among others. And that was his friend, his ally. He's looking out for us, guys. I'm just saying. I'm calling it. He's watching out for us. He's in our corner.
Be careful with alcohol. It makes you feel warm.
Well then, I'll trust your team. Yes.
Not to change the topics, but have you been informed of our plan for the watch?
I have.
Okay, very good.
Which is what I was just going to mention just now, so good job on that. Staying proactive, making sure this place is defended. Especially considering now that our forces are spread thin around the entire region. We'll see how it goes, step by step.
Of course. I would assume that either you or Malik, over the course of either coming night or the early morning, at least send out a signal to the rest of the team that at least Lumen has arrived safely back at the ship and that we're staying guard here for the time being. Last thing I want to have is them starting to lose their campsite because they're trying to find us because we're not within the other encampment.
I'll be speaking to Malik shortly about our next steps.
Sir.
We'll go from there. I spoke to Solus. Your team is also going to be partaking in some exercises once we're back on the airship in the air. Be ready for that. It's been a long time since I've trained these teams. Curious to see what you've done, what you've improved. Are you all ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Good. Very well then. I think I'll go on top of the airship for now, get some fresh air.
Of course.
Leave you rest to it.
I'll be adding a couple more torches up top deck, and then I'll be also...
Do you have any clean bandage rules? I think this one still has blood tried into it. I should probably swap it.
I do, yes. Would you like to take a seat over there?
Sure. As a note, if you have not inspected it recently, the glowing on the arm looks brighter than it had in the past. Enough so that it's been glowing through the bandages.
I think I did get that note before, but...
Just make sure.
Still brighter.
I've noticed that as of late. I mean, given how far down my side it goes now.
Does it hurt?
Not at all, actually. I mean, when it shifts into the claw, and that was the fairy who just came by the way, in case you didn't see them.
The Therial?
Yeah, he just went up top.
Huh.
Just him, though, but I digress. There's discomfort when the arm shifts into that clawed form, but it honestly hurts less than it used to, and it doesn't hurt at all where the parts of my body change to different colors.
I see.
It's actually, dare I say, it honestly became easier and more comfortable maybe within the last few weeks, months maybe? Honestly, around the same time that the moon exploded. It's easy. I can cast my magic in that altered way without feeling sick.
And do you still have that sickness without it?
Yes.
Is it common? Just as bad?
It's improved a little from the fact that I've been trying to expose myself to it bit by bit, force myself to cast every now and then just to acclimate. I feel like the best way is almost as if we stepped from one room that was rich in air and we're suddenly in a room where the air is thin and we're struggling to breathe. It's like that, but with the mana that we gather to try to cast those elements. That sudden change without any time to get used to it is effectively like acclimation sickness. That's my guess, at least. It's gotten better, but it's not gone away. Meanwhile...
Have you had a chance to speak with the Roths? The two people who showed up a few days ago?
I haven't. I was in the vicinity while, Vesper was talking to, the father, Severin, I think his name was?
Something like that.
Tried to focus on their conversation, but I was trying to listen, but just sitting there, I just felt dreadfully sick. And it just lingered until I got up and walked around for a bit, so I didn't really get much time to focus on that talk. I heard bits and pieces, like...
Perhaps a change in climate?
I don't know, it's happened a few times since we've arrived here. I think like 3 times, but it was always brief, like just very brief moments, not like prolonged, like, you know, full days of sickness, like whenever we've been having temperature problems. It's just been almost like flashes of it, and I cannot for the life of me figure out why.
Well, I plan on speaking to him more, about a lot of what's happening here. He seems to be in the similar field to me.
I would...
Or at least what I'm trying to find myself into.
I would be interested to hear what his thoughts are about, well, the sickness. If he is a rift researcher, maybe he has actually heard something of it.
He's not just a rift researcher. He's also studying rift-born illnesses.
Really?
I do not know. He said it in a meeting, so I suspect it's fine to share. But his daughter, I think she's afflicted as well. I don't know to what degree. But if he's been studying it, perhaps he has places that I have missed, or I have places he has missed. I mean, we'd be able to glean a little more about what's going on.
I mean, if he's willing to discuss, I would be interested.
He's agreed to help me at least share notes.
I'd be interested to be in the room if or when that talk happens.
Alright.
I mean, I've been trying to understand this as much as I can. I've gotten an interesting point of view from what it is or isn't.
I don't have much more than that right now, though.
Neither do I. I don't even fully know the accuracy of what I have even come to my own conclusions or have been informed of. It's not exactly something you can go and prove.
No. That's fair. I'll try and keep you in the loop, though, on what is found out.
Yeah, I would like to, yes. And
Right.
I guess just because in the room full of everybody, it was hard to speak up and speak my mind openly, but regarding the meeting this morning and I'm sure by now it was obvious I was uncomfortable with the idea of the ruins. And part of that is further proven by the fact that they did help when we were in need. I know that they are one that can do dangerous things to other people, but they can.
The ruins?
No. The thing that Vesper was talking about putting runes on our rooms to block him out. And I wasn't comfortable with that. Because despite how others feel about them, they seem to regard me as a friend. And thus far they have not given me personal direct cause to look otherwise, because I understand fully why they reacted the way they do towards me initially. Given the greater story we've been starting to get about the nature of this conflict in the first place.
So, you're alright with them just torturing you?
I am not alright with it, but I would like
I'm sure you saw Lethariel, yes?
Yes.
I've heard of him being here, yes.
We're still staying here, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to double check. I'll leave you to it.
Vesper,
Is Aqua here as to in
information's also
totality
good
or
for
just
you guys to
Lethariel?
know. Lumen Camp, if we go down the normal path that we go, just around to the west in a small cave, that's where Aqua is staying. So if anything happens, we'll probably send somebody like Sunny or maybe me over quickly to help in, and then we'll try to come back as soon as possible.
Right. Okay.
Got it. So, I am going to say it just this way. In the conversations we've had, we've gotten the idea that they don't immediately tell a lie, but the possibility of misinformation by lack of what's the word? Omission. But that's what they say can be at least taken as some degree of truth between all parties interacting with orbs, whatnot. The pain that's caused is not deliberate or intentional, according to them.
Then what is it?
I don't know yet. If I had to guess, it might be in a similar way to why whenever they try to communicate to people via dreams, it often results in them being displaced elsewhere. That it might be a matter of some form of interference that, in overpowering it, results in, well, ill tidings upon those they are trying to speak to.
You have to realize from my perspective how this sounds.
do.
This thing is, on multiple occasions, caused you direct harm, forcing you to burn Gaia's tree, to butcher horses. And you're saying it's fine? You have no ill will towards it.
I do not exactly find pleasure or joy or even understanding of what it is. But I will at least try to figure out if it is not deliberate, why is it happening, and why do they think it needs to? Because I'd rather find out without having it be with metaphorical blade at anyone's neck. If it can be found out through words, then...
But it does have a metaphorical blade. To 4 of your necks, from what I've heard. It has metaphorically cut your soul.
And perhaps it can be prevented from happening again. But escalating those matters, if they are so desperate to speak to people that their mere efforts cause harm to those by trying, they will find a way. And the more that they have to try, the more that it's going to break and bleed people, regardless of if it is wanted or intentional. We are dealing with literally a being born from Erna. If they are that hell-bent on trying to reach out to people for whatever their purpose may be, short of getting direct intervention from one of equal power, they're going to find a way to do it. And the more difficult that people make it happen, the more worse it will be when it inevitably fails.
But it's not just trying to reach out to talk to people. It's having you actively act on its behalf. I'm not saying put the thing on your door. I'm just trying to understand. How can you defend it?
Because it's entirely possible that the opposing side doesn't have clean hands either. This entire conflict was not started by them. It started after Drudona attacked Erna. People say that they're not in their right mind, but think, if you were attacked by your own family, your own kin, would you not be wounded and hurt by such an act and possibly end up acting in ways one would deem irrational? Or if you are wounded, perhaps you may not even know why it's happening in the first place. Would you not be angry?
That last part, I can agree with. I want to heal her, let's be clear, because I think whatever hurt her has driven her mad.
And that is where I feel like there's the disconnect. Not you, I want to say. But the way the vast majority of people talk about anything to do with them or anybody representing them, they don't...
You should go in and talk.
They stop short at the whole... They're wounded, and potentially a way to fix this or make this all stop would be to help them recover. That is, in part, what I believe they want to accomplish.
I understand that aspect. Trust me, I do. Everyone can be redeemed. But you have to realize this is the end of our world. We are not Drudana, we are not Arena. A lot of people here just see it from the aspect of defend yourself.
We're going to find a fragment or the remains of a Celestine at the urging and bidding of one of these incarnates. I want to ask then, we're doing this, have they ever explained why we need to find it, or what we would do with it if we succeed in securing her remains?
I don't know. But to be frank, I'm not doing it because Drudana or Arena has asked it. I think it's our best bet.
And in that I agree.
I don't know what comes from it.
I just want to know if people have considered that, for as much as people fault one side for not being forthcoming with their wishes and intents, that it is not just them that is doing that. Every bit that we find out has been from people having to practically beg and plead, not literally, but effectively from the prayers and pleas that they have to do. We don't know what either side truly wants to do, or what they truly know of the nature of the conflict. And I do not think that we are going to get a true understanding of it from just one perspective alone. If we really want to fix things, it can't be from taking sides, but making it right and possibly forcing a reconciliation if we want there to be a world left. Because it took both of them to make this world, and it's going to take both of them to heal it. Yet if this fight started because they were in conflict, it doesn't matter how many fallen fragments of Celestines we save. If they are going to keep fighting, it's going to just set up the world for a repeat of the past, until eventually it falters. That's why I get so frustrated when people completely and shut out even considering that there is another side to the conflict that hasn't immediately made itself known to be in league with the Rifts, who may be their own separate entity.
Then let me ask you this. I understand that perspective now. And I agree with parts of it. What happens when we make it to Luna's corpse? And what happens if an order is given to you?
At that point, I would demand that they explain themselves.
Have you all... Did Philia run through here?
Briefly,
Just
yes.
went upstairs.
Upstairs.
Briefly.
You might have passed her.
If they are going to make an order like that, I would only ever dream of heeding it if they explained precisely why, how it would be for the best interests of the world. And it would have to be pretty fucking convincing. Because I'm well aware of the fact that if something like that happened, that I'd probably be dead either way, either from upsetting them and making them have to break me down into pieces, or it coming from you all. So I'd at least hope that if they are going to go that far, that they will explain why they think it needs to happen, so that can be conveyed. And if it's not, then I guess that would be the point that I would have to turn a back on one that I want to try to see and hear as themselves. Let them make their own case, rather than let others make it for them. Which, yes, that does mean that if it was compelling, I would try to tell. I doubt that many would listen. I mean, after all, I'm the one that was, quote, too weak to resist last time. Direct quote. Don't know from who. I have my guesses. Doesn't matter. But I want people to know what they think, and to hear it from as unbiased of a perspective as possible, because it may ultimately prove key to actually understanding what it is that we have gotten ourselves into.
Okay.
And if there's a way that they can understand, if there's a way for them to make their plea without it resulting in, well, people's bodies burning from the inside out.
Yeah.
I'd like it to at least be possible, not force their hand. I do not want to be the one to have to witness things escalating because people act without thinking of what that might mean.
Thank you for actually explaining your point of view to me. It's hard to find people willing to share.
I am hesitant to do it most of the time because I'm fully aware that I harbor a very unpopular and very hard to understand point of view, given that I am literally a victim of the negative sides of it. But to be honest, that's why I feel like I can actually communicate with them and understand them. They came into being as a result of the attack upon Erina. Whatever happened in that attack brought them into being. They are literally born of their suffering.
I will be honest. I don't exactly agree with everything that was said.
I'm not asking
But
you
again, the place I can agree is if we can heal her, that might be the solution out of this.
The rifts appeared at the same time as or at least began shortly after that attack. It's all related. Her suffering, her isolation might be why the things happen the way they are. And well, at least according to them, it was neither them nor Erina who caused this to happen, but something to do with the rifts themselves. Which means that the rifts may very well be their own entity in that regard. Whatever will or presence they may have.
An entity as powerful as one of the two major godheads is wounded. There's no way that would not have a reflection on the world.
Exactly.
Perhaps that's what we're dealing with.
But I will say this because you have at least heard me out. The exact wording that was used was that those with afflictions like mine were chosen by the rifts. They did not explain for what purpose or how, but that it is not an accident, from what I understand.
Something like that. Okay. Again, thank you for sharing this. It's a lot, to be fair.
I know. And for the record,
If you can try and keep me in the loop.
I do not want it to get to a point where I end up, willingly or not, becoming an enemy to people. I want this world to be safe. But ultimately, I do think that it will require hardship, and it will require something to change for it to truly be able to be saved. Because it's on its own path to ruin, not just because of the risks, but because of the way that it's made the people that are still alive. And if we can find a way to help them see that, maybe we won't have to fight each other as much as we have to fight the rifts. It seems everywhere we go, it's becoming worse.
It does.
Palvandor.
It's almost like the comet stirred everything up.
That noble coup that kept us trapped in the airship for 3 months. Everywhere we've been in Droza, before any agitation of conflict, so I'm not saying that they're not justified in it now. It's almost as if the moon's cracks were almost reflective of the way that it was starting to make the people living upon this plain surface. And as soon as it blew up, it's as if unity seems to be rare.
That it is. Alright. I need to speak with Rin before the night's over. Thank you again, though, genuinely. It helps put things into perspective.
Yes. I hope it doesn't change too much about how you feel about me.
Hey, pretty kitty. Stew's ready.
And to be incredibly truthful, it makes me feel a little better.
Hello.
I suppose that
The
is the best
stew is ready if you guys are hungry.
No, thank you. I need to actually go find Rin, if you'll excuse me, the two of you.
I think they should be in there.
think I will take you up on that, though. Maybe it'll be something I can more easily stomach.
It's elk stew, and they also have dumplings and cookies and tea and pomegranate juice and water and bread if you're feeling light. Whatever you need. The new guy is actually quite the talented chef, apparently. So,
What's his name, if you've got it, by the way?
Céline. It's a different name. I couldn't.
I'll ask him. It just sounds like right now you're just trying to say my name and forgetting my own name.
No, you're Céline, first of all. Love of my life right there. But
I
go
know.
eat, girl.
I know.
Don't burn yourself.
That went surprisingly well.
But I liked it because there was like a nice.
Like,
Did you get the chance to go fishing?
Extremely well, all things considered.
Say you hate me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you see,
It'll be good for your diet.
Well, you see,
You're overall.
So you had your bit of cook yourself. What are the options?
all of your teams.
There are two stews, one with venison and one without.
Like you were.
I see. Thank you.
Potatoes, carrots, scallions, and venison.
I don't believe I ever got
If
your
you
name.
partake.
Hi, there's two soups, one
give me
with
one
venison and one without, if you want some.
All on my lonesome.
Sweet.
Ah.
Have to trek back to the ship.
Hello,
I
Martin.
just want to bring a pot. Hey.
Bigger feeling.
I'm about to go. We're about to go join Tara in a tree somewhere outside. We don't know where.
Sally.
Oh, yeah.
Winola.
Céline. Lunestri.
You like?
Alright.
You can just take the whole pot.
And thank you for the...
We're not taking the whole pot out there,
You can't
Murtash.
take the whole pot. There's only
It's
two.
more my concern.
Yeah,
I
but
wouldn't even know to run
stick one, that's
until
still
one
one.
was on
All right.
me.
Not to
One with venison, one without.
transfer
Yeah.
it into a bit of it into one of the smaller pots. Take that out there, but don't take the whole thing.
Yeah.
Do the work with me.
Just want to make sure we have food up there.
I use the largest pots you
We were
have.
out there on scouts, but then
There should be.
our team got separated and
should
we
be
got
okay.
ambushed. So
I'm used to cooking for large.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very kind.
They also found a magical sword stuck in a rock.
They brought three
Yeah,
people and
that's
2
right.
war claws for just 3 individuals. It was really cowardly of them.
You know what? Yeah, you need to learn how to swear about that.
I mean, did they bring people or did those people just find you?
I mean, they found us, but they
I think it could have
they
just been that they...
did not need to. They did not need to bring that many numbers. It was just.
Oh, Gellert just went into the kitchen. All of the French fries might be gone.
Let's get moving quickly. The darker it gets, the more dangerous it's going to be.
Well, I can always make more. We have a lot of potatoes.
Yeah. Sounds like you have a bit more help in the kitchen now.
Well, granted, I've always had a lot of help.
Yeah, I guess more help from ones who seem quite passionate at the craft.
Fair enough. Granted, he did also bring back a whole deer, which is really good.
Not just any. It was an elk. A very large one at that too.
Sorry.
It's a bit of a different. I mean, deer and elk have a. I know it's elk is just basically male deer, but I've always felt like it has a slightly different feel to it.
Connotation to it?
But no, like just the meat, like is
listen
actually
right now.
different.
No.
Well, I mean, if it is a male, it's probably more muscular, which means it's a little bit more tough rather than it being soft and tender.
True.
But I mean, either way, luckily we've already drained all the blood and we've dismantled it, so it should just be hanging up in the storage for now.
I can tell
Either
that
nice or such.
whoever broke it down did a good job, because I can. It's very flavorful.
It was a
inside
mix
the
of
stew.
it was a mix of keel and then Céline. I think that's what his name is. We'll have to get used to his name.
Céline.
Seal.
Yes. Céline.
Céline. Okay.
It's kind of, in a way, it sounds kind of like my name if you drop a bit of the consonants.
I appreciate it.
Céline, Céline.
That's true.
It's very close, actually.
I see. By the way, I never actually introduced myself. Graham. Graham Tack.
Actually, you did a while back in Beston Bay, when you first arrived with your, with, Amber.
Ah. I've been really busy. Sorry.
No, it's quite alright. It's been practically close to a year since then, it feels like. Maybe.
Somewhat. Well, that wasn't that close. It was closer to summer. I think it's getting closer to winter again, though. It could have been a year.
Maybe it was only half a year. I don't remember. I kind of lost passage of time after being on house arrest for 3 months by that noble faction.
I mean, we all were. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah. There's only so much.
I wasn't allowed out either.
For a while.
How much money do you have?
Yeah.
Who'd you have?
You know, today was the first day I went out in a few months, actually. Or well, at least a month since we. You okay?
Yeah, it's just active swallowing was making some muscles move a bit, and well, I've been healed up, but the soreness of having claws gashing through me and having a sword ran through me twice today has.
Yeah.
It still hurts.
But if I do it right,
And the stew
That's
is
understandable.
fantastic. It's warming me up, and it's making the muscles
I'm not the one who made it.
And it's making the
Talk to-
muscles not numb, and that's the problem, is because I can feel them now.
Fair enough.
'Cause the
Would you like some water?
Actually, yes, if you wouldn't mind.
No, they don't know it.
I'll be right back then. Here, I can put my bowl away while doing so.
I've been trying.
Thank you.
It's a bit too hot. It's really hard to. We're all waiting to leave. Pull it out though.
Did he take all of them?
Oh, I tried to break my.
Murtesh. Murtesh.
So I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Do you need someone to check on meal in the matchbox while you guys are out, or did you take them with you?
Oh, we're good. They're safe.
Okay, just making sure.
I figured I'll probably come in here.
Because we'll be staying here tonight.
Freshly poured water.
Probably look great.
Thank you, though.
Soup leg.
Hello?
Hmm?
Oh, there's someone under the table. Okay.
Alright.
Oh.
I appreciate it. I'll probably come
I see. Thank you.
I don't know how much I'll be in the ship, though. Keeping watch at camp.
Alright, well,
If you're gonna be out,
And thank you all and Lumen for staying behind. At least today, since it would only have been oxen, I think.
To a degree, part of it
Can't
being that we
mount.
didn't put a campsite out, but also, in all honesty, there should be at least a full team here manning the ship with the amount of people
It
here
was-
that are needing,
so I had the one without.
that would like some degree of,
Any wood?
well, security.
Mhm. It was a bit worrying when I saw every team go out with packs earlier.
Well, honestly, I didn't realize they were going to have everybody do it. I thought it was just half the teams when they sent out
Yeah,
Terra,
no, it was-
Ventus, and Umbra initially, but apparently later it was they sent out the other teams while, or at least they basically did that while we were at the other tribes' encampment. And if they had said that we were all going to set out camps that far out, I would have raised the question of, is that really wise when, you know, we have
Vegetables and my
at least a dozen non-combatants on the airship, which has been subject to attack before.
That's true. I mean, even just a couple days ago it was. But thank you for the worry. It does mean a lot.
I mean, I am fond of you guys.
Yeah.
I would hate if something happened to you.
I mean, your regional version might have had a cream sauce. Maybe.
What?
And my stam pomade had
That's good.
acidic flavor.
Well,
Apple cider vinegar base.
oh, us cooks didn't exactly make it, but I can at least assure it's quality. There's some cookies in there if you'd like one.
You don't have
By
to
the
if
way,
you don't
how
want
is
to.
Amber doing? I haven't seen her around
But I would
lately.
appreciate it if you...
I saw her the other day. She seemed to be doing fine. I think she's been holed up more in the library.
I see. Well, I suppose that's probably why I've been only in there for morning meetings, because it's a place that's not in our
Most of what I
rooms.
fish up,
Because there's
I
enough
eat
room for
some
6
bread.
people
Fair
to
enough.
sit around.
Been a while since I had good stone crab
Actually,
or snow crab.
thinking I doubt we'd be able to do it,
Or
but
any
it
crab.
would be nice if we were able to get a hatch. Probably over on that side with the bunks. A hatch and a ladder. It's a little, you see, it's just
But I'll see
my
what I
own
can do.
complaint.
A hatch and
General
a
bunks doesn't really.
ladder? Like, can you
Yes,
point,
because-
can you point out to me, and I guess, like, if we go over that, I'm finished with this. I don't know if I fully understand the
would have been a lot more sad.
request, or at least the wish.
You see, through there,
Okay.
in the upper bunks, once you go up, if you were to go further up, you'd probably run into general bunks. Because you see, currently the only way for us to get to the rest of the ship from general bunks is crossing up top.
I don't really
Hold
follow
on,
a
so-
main one in particular.
Okay, so
I try to be
let's
unbiased
see.
as possible.
I don't exactly know the ship's layout.
Yeah,
100%,
no, I'm
so I might be
trying
wrong,
to I'm
but-
trying to mentally picture it. So that's the very back of the ship. So directly above here, approximately, is the raised part, and then down to the
Which we sleep underneath the raised part.
Yes, the door goes through there. So possibly, I think we would have to consult the airship's schematics, which I know we have access to for the sake
Probably
of maintenance, but
about here.
we would have to take a look at that. It's possible. I'm not going to make any promises. It's possible something like
obviously,
that
I just-
could be done, because there has been some talk about, at least an idea proposed to the AFA technicians, of trying to run some ducts throughout the airship to try to implement a form of heating to try to make the temperatures a bit more bearable. And that would require us to
was
kind
another
of get up
concern I
into
had.
the walls in the first place, which means we might be in a position where we might be able to make that, like, route possible.
Yeah. I just think it's a bit of a problem if there are things attacking the ship and some of the ox gets stuck in the bunks.
No, basically.
The only way that they'd be able to really get out is over the top.
I'm guessing there's no vent in that room either, because I mean, if you were truly desperate,
As far as I know,
we know.
no.
I was going to say, we know that the vents can fit fully grown human males, because we've had 3 of them in there
I've
before.
heard something about that. What's that all about?
Yeah, apparently, some tailors from Norndale that called themselves the Stitches snuck on board at one point in time before we left the area, and they just never showed themselves, and they just crawled into a vent from the downstairs storage room nearby the exit doors, and there's a vent in there that they just crawled into, and they just holed up in there or something. I think they're honestly.
I mean, I
think they
once saw
might be
Gelib-
mildly crazy, but I don't know.
I see. I mean, I did see Gelib come out of the food storage one day covered in glitter saying that he got attacked by them.
Yeah, well, that's because they have at times literally pulled people up into the vents and committed fashion upon them.
Fashion's glitter? That just gets everywhere, though.
Exactly. But, like, there was a time that somebody literally got pulled up in there and came out, like, dressed in, like, formal attire because they got literally, like, clothes sewn for them up in there. It was weird. I don't know why it happens. I don't know why they do. I don't know if they're even still
I'm not
there.
gonna question
I
it.
haven't seen them. I've heard the stories. Every time I hear a slight thump in the ship and it sounds like in any way it's coming from the direction of the vents, I, like, get terrified that there's
Then
going to be,
isn't
like...
it good to not be by the vent right now, just in case they end up coming out?
I mean, I think we're safe. I feel like, from what I hear, apparently there's like some sort of like warning if they're nearby because they can't shut up or something. You just hear, "Brother, brother, we must." I don't know if you've ever met them before, but if you did, you would understand. No. You would know they are eccentric.
I didn't join up until after you all arrived at Beston Bay, which was
and they were still
because I left Beston Bay,
and they were still in the
to
vents.
meet you up in Norrendal, and then I had to come back from Norrendal to meet you in Beston Bay.
Yeah, well, they were still in the vents in Beston Bay, so there was a chance you could have heard them in the vents and not realized it.
I'm gonna stay away from the vents.
Words are not known to you?
They don't like
As you should.
From what I hear.
Especially that one right there, because apparently there's been at least 3 stories of people that literally that one opened up and they like rappelled down, like one was literally holding the other's like ankles to reach down, grab somebody and pull them up in there, and that was when I think it was actually wait, I think it was Robert that happened to back then.
Let's confirm.
Yeah.
I know Ronan with an A.
I mean, I remember that story.
Sorry
I remember. That was the event that they said they came out of.
Someone was pulled up? Into that bank by like 3
Many people. I'm told there are many injuries because of it.
Injuries and questionable fashion choices.
Enjoy life.
Do you remember Robert? One day Robert woke up and he had a
I have never met Robert.
Oh, you went around for it. Okay. Well, we was one of the Ox forces. Unfortunately, he passed away recently. But one day he woke up and he was completely dressed in a...
What? Did nobody tell me? What? I didn't know. Did he pass?
Wait, you never you. Wait.
Oh no!
How did you not?
I know he was. I know he got. I know he had the devouring. I understood, but I didn't know he passed.
24 hours later, before we left Cabo.
That's what I heard.
It's okay.
Us and Ox had a small
Robert
toast to him about
okay.
4 or 5 days ago.
You're fine. It was
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Everybody knew at this point.
No, I was aware. Like I said, his condition was worsening. I just didn't know that it was already. It was already gone.
Remember that day where there were 7 fucking meetings?
Yeah, it does ring a bell. Yeah.
That was a day or not after the event.
It was the day the one person attached something to their gun and almost blew up on top deck.
That would have been Winter.
Right, Winters. Yep.
When we were leaving Kaba.
Oh, shit.
Let me see
Another one that you know, I believe.
They're fine.
Actually,
I just wanted to have a conversation with him.
Actually, back up.
Because of his own sickness.
Winter blew up their gun up on the top deck. Is that what I heard?
I don't know. All I knew is they attached something to it.
Like 3 captains got all like magic-y up and had to hug the gun because there was like magic built up in it. That
basically, from what I understood, is Winters charged up multiple spells into her gun to sort of, I guess, overload it in the likes to maybe make the shot more powerful. Problem is the fact that now it was reaching the point where there was a good chance
while it was airborne. Really?
Above the alchemy lab.
Acteris has also given her multiple verbal beatings because of it.
And a still.
Oh my god, she is actually an
Well,
idiot.
anyway, it was me, it was Luca, and it was Solus.
We all got together and basically, for lack of a better word, made with our shrouds a shield for Winters to pull the trigger. Completely knocked me on my ass. Same happened with as well as Solus, as well as Luca. But yeah. Ever since then, Winters is not going to do any more further experiments unless they get proper confirmation.
And hopefully experiments that are...
She's an aether technician.
She is.
I was told I need a uniform.
She's not allowed near some of the things for, as you can now probably tell, obvious reasons and less obvious reasons. But one of them is that.
I'll try to find.
Man, I'm still just. Well, Winters is one thing. I'm still just in shock about Robert. Like I said, if I would have known that it would have gotten that worse, I would have at least to have like another conversation with him before he passed.
I mean,
again, I'm not blaming either. I'm not blaming any one of you for not like. Again, you assume.
My guess
again, it's just.
But still.
The rate of which
he's a good lad.
The rate at which the condition progressed might have been highly accelerated on account of how he got it in the first place.
Again, I don't really go too...
Just because of the devouring, I didn't want to go too close to him for obvious reasons.
Fair. That's
I just didn't know that. I didn't know that.
For the future.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been traveling.
Still.
Wait. It is or isn't actually?
It isn't. It isn't.
It isn't.
I mean,
At least not in the waking world.
I mean, it's contagious if you're a rift beast that can throw it up on other people, apparently, but...
So...
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
That's how it happens,
Sorry,
but...
I'm a little dizzy from exhaustion.
I don't remember that being the case.
So Kaba, we went to Kaba for a couple days, and on the final day... a rift...
Do we have permission to use
Was that what happened? I believe that was
Rift, we were in...
bar?
Rift beast attack, not a rift open.
I don't think...
I thought a rift open. open.
No, we did fly
A
over a
rift.
rift when we were leaving.
Presumably.
Oh, okay.
We heard the sounds of a rift, but we don't know if it was
So it's good to
on the
fact
way
check
or back in Kaba opening it.
Okay,
so
well,
we don't know about that.
I don't know if it was
What we do
freshly
know-
open, but we did know we were near one because
yes,
I felt it.
So, it is possible that there's a new rift in Kaba or not, but we found the rift is there. Yes.
To answer your question, I'm not fully sure, honestly, but I also can't really imagine that as long as you don't, like, make a mess of the place, I don't think they're really going to get upset if we used it respectfully. It is
Understood. It was more that well, if Barrett would think we could at least pull another toast for him with him.
Like I said, if it has already passed and it's been a while, there's not much a toast can change, by all means. For me, it was just more, again, I didn't know, it's a surprise.
Understood.
Hmm.
So,
Sorry you had to find out without fanfare.
I've lost enough people in my life when it comes to that side of things, so I'm used to it. Again, for me, it was just a surprise because I thought he would still hold out longer, despite his circumstances. But yeah, that's just how devouring works.
That Elenia doing her thing would have been able to halt it temporarily, but it didn't. Yes, she channeled or something, I don't know. I was helping her with something else, and together we had managed to stop it, but they never came to me afterwards. So I don't understand whether her thing worked or it didn't, or whether my thing worked or it didn't. So...
In the end, the way I see it, the next time we do have somebody who is caught the devouring, I feel like, as much as I don't like to say it, one of the best options that we have is they're willing at least to have at least a couple of experiments to see what happens with spells or the likes.
At least
figure out a way for them to.
If there is any.
Exactly.
That's more or less what we tried with at least a couple of them.
Actually, while I'm thinking about it, because just being in here reminded me of it, because that's where I was sitting. 2 days ago, when the Roths were here, Vesper, you were in here talking with Severin, right?
Yes, dear.
Yes.
I know I was in the vicinity, but I barely could focus because when I was in the room and such, I got hit by what felt like just this sudden wave of just feeling unwell. What exactly did you end up talking about with him? Because I could not focus on the conversation to save my life until I got up and got some air.
A few things, where he came from, what he did, the fate of his expeditions, the fact that he's an occult magic user, a bunch of things. Apparently, your daughter doesn't speak much. Just a bunch of banal things like that. He seems like
I guess
mild-tempered man, at least
I
from
guess
what I
overall,
saw.
what's your feel on him? Like, with
He
initial interactions?
It seems fine enough. However, the way that he described his work, I don't know. There's just something about him. I don't know. Perhaps I'm being unfair, or perhaps I'm biased given his magic. However, it's a lot of luck that of all of the expeditions that you've done towards the rifts, you're the only one alive. It's not an uncommon story, I'm sure, in the early days of rift research, but
I mean,
I don't know.
I at least understand what it's like to be near a rift and be the only one that comes out of it alive, practically, but unless he's in the same boat as me, I don't know how that happened on his end.
I don't wish to be unfair to the man, and he seems fine enough, like I said. However,
I guess
it's just one of those feelings that you get, gut feelings.
I guess it was just, there was nothing that was like, other than that, an immediate red flag of, hey,
occult magic.
Well,
but I know that you're not a fan of that sort of logic.
Well, I was going to say, other than that one, because I know that's a you thing.
Yes. Well, it's a most of the world thing, but yes, Céline, it's a me thing.
Okay, well, I have to at least be fair to myself, even if I didn't exactly ask for it. Besides,
You know, I do remember rumors
easier
going
to
around
cast
about
that.
occult mages being part of Rosewood before I joined.
It's,
You're nicer than what the stories would
well,
lead to assume.
I would probably say it's because of those who actually do practice it are under supervision while doing it, and they're not in a position where they're basically doing it out of despair or getting power hungry, because if it was the latter,
We don't know
probably
that.
be put down. Okay, well, if they are, they're hiding it pretty well.
No one's
The
building
matter-
ominous stone towers.
I
The
guess
matter
the
of
biggest
fact-
thing is that it's in a controlled manner.
Yes, I
We
mean,
have a literal Inquisitor of Ordo with us, being Octavian.
and they're
If
the ones.
anybody were to go down too deep into that path,
And if anything, they're
they
the one
would be
that's
dead.
sanctioned to guide those people.
Understood.
So,
Oh yeah, whatever some
to
stuffy
know.
church says, don't really mind too much. Besides,
Once-
seems halfway or 3/4 into the hole himself.
yeah, I don't
But
remember
I get
his
it,
mask
whatever.
covering that much of his face before. I thought it,
It
used
didn't.
to.
I'm not the only one who
Definitely
noticed
works.
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought it used to only just
No.
cover like part of his
Hmm?
mouth and like the cheek, but it didn't like go fully like
No,
diagonal
I
across the
actually, I think I
face.
saw him earlier.
Mask, yes.
Are we allowed
Well,
to
it
ask
used
about
to
that?
be.
Like, what is that?
I mean, feel free to do so.
Occult corruption on his face. This half of the face is entirely corrupted by now, imagine.
I mean, I've never seen underneath the mask. I'm not going to presume what it looks like, but
It's such a
mean-
conspicuous mask.
for all I know, it could.
That's what the point of the
Well,
mask is.
I mean, unless it's. I mean, it's solid black, so maybe it won't glow through it, but maybe he has glowing veins too.
You know, people see an Ordo Inquisitor, they probably don't question weird attire choices.
Like I said,
Fair enough.
I wasn't sure if we were allowed to ask.
I mean,
I see it from this side.
You could
Feel free to
probably ask.
but I'm pretty sure he's not going to kill you.
I was gonna say you could probably ask. He just probably won't tell you.
Yeah, the worst he could probably say is just no, mind your own business. I'd hope. I'd hope.
Yeah, but
So I have not yet had a conversation with this man, and I was
That's also
raised better
true.
than to use that as an opener.
Well,
Yeah.
there are plenty of other things that can open the conversation just from knowing things in passing about him, but idle curiosity sometimes can be its own conversation topic.
Sure. But yes, you know, it's under a controlled environment or whatever. The whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not really being an issue too much so far, so let's hopefully it stays that way.
Well, I mean,
Well, that's good to hear.
Scoop.
one thing those people have going for them is that their
I have a
magic
stool.
their magic isn't making them
Sorry.
feel sick
he-
every single
he
time they
nudged into
cast
me.
it, like water and
no.
ice. At least presumably. Still hasn't gone much. How has it gotten much better for you, Barrett? By the way, I don't know. Notice
It's
if you were struggling
getting-
much during our fight.
It's getting better by the day, but I'm still feeling like... It's like I remember when I used my shroud specifically, I felt this very weird tingling over the course of my body. It's like...
I mean, I tried cast. Maybe
I
it was.
remember I fell into that one bush with all the fucking weird leaves that as soon as they touched my skin, they started burning. That's sort of the
Yeah.
same feeling I get when I use
Poison
my...
oak.
That's sort of the same feeling I'm getting when I'm using my shroud. It's not hurting, it's just a very
Well,
uncomfortable feeling.
I
Yeah,
don't-
itchy more the legs.
I don't know if it was because I was in the process of being stabbed or had been stabbed and not realized it, but I do know at least one of my spells when I tried doing it, it literally felt like someone was like just reaching into my chest and just like squeezing really hard, and it like wasn't so much it hurt, it just felt like I was like ready to like throw up.
Nearly hit me with that one as well.
Speaking of...
Let me get into War Claw, I'm not blaming you.
I was I saw where you were to the
want to try
side.
if
I
possible, but it's
trusted
probably
you.
going to take a while. I'm not in
You're
a
not
rush
one
like
to
Wayne
rush
to have
forward suddenly.
You're fine, dear.
forcefully put it out
I'm
of
not
prison.
blaming you, like I said.
Just
You're fine.
meditating.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Which magic are you gonna go for? Oh, alright.
I think it dodged it down.
I would have been. I would have been worried if you didn't try to hit the war clock. I was gonna say, do you have any sort of grudges you have with me at this point? Because now would be the good time to talk about them.
Well, funny you
Obviously
should
my
ask.
first
Let
instinct
me
is
pull out
water,
my
but I've been
notebook
warned off it for
of
obvious reasons.
my small
Not for
black
the
book
others.
of grudges.
Could you call it a book
Possibly
of grudges?
wind.
Wind's not bad.
I am literally holding nothing.
Something I
don't
can
know
make
why
a
I did
spear
that
out of.
motion. I don't have a
I
book
know.
of grudges.
I know. You're fine.
I don't need a book.
might
They're
help
all in my
saving in the future.
brain.
Well, if you have a grudge with me, then go ahead.
Grudge number
Say it.
1, the fact that you're able to
Especially
sleep
with no
comfortably
parents anymore.
without a shirt on in this temperature. What the fuck is with that?
So there.
Welcome to Northern Droza. Most of us are most likely be able to use that.
Movement.
I mean, maybe I'm also a little bit different by the fact that my father used to just throw me into the rivers and just be like, hey, you're going to stay there for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
And how there's echoes and all the echoes mix. Is
Yeah, I
that
just
sort of
fell
thing.
into the river by accident.
Oh, no.
The water's moving and it's hitting shores and it's coming back and it's crashing into where water's been moving from where it
I
hit the
understand.
shores and moves
I
back.
no,
It was
I'm
not a contest. You're fine.
no, I was just
Damn weird.
Oh no, he.
Does that mean that eventually
passed
it'll
out.
stop?
But actually, that did remind me of just when I was younger.
See, I don't know. Because
the
moon's
path that I
gone.
would take towards the lake
Stars are still
did
there, and
go
stars are
past
still
some of the rivers that fed into it,
Fair.
and well, sometimes the
yeah.
dirt nearby is a bit like
So it
loose
might
and
not be the
unstable, so you
moon
step down
doing all
on it,
the-
it just kind of
the
crumbles
pulling or the
down.
pushing. No
And
matter
once
what
you
the
start
hell.
sliding,
Swoop into the river.
you it,
In the
yeah,
ocean.
and I just
It's like the
I've
wind.
fallen in a good handful of
That
times.
keeps going.
And that was part of the driving factor that initially
And
taught
that
me that I needed to
whips
learn
up
how to
things
swim.
as well, and there's still storms.
Because sometimes when that would happen, I would just
Oh,
be like,
no.
yeah, no, the first
Oh,
time,
no.
yeah, no, the first time it happened, I think I was like,
Regular.
I was very young and I had not been taught to swim yet. Fortunately,
Yeah, no, that's...
Fortunately, though,
So you have fun with your exhibition with Miss Sable?
Father was there, so
Yes, I did. Oh.
he
Good morning. Oh, night. What the hell am I talking about? Good night.
well, he
Oh, I'm happy.
he
It's not that late.
If you both are interested, one of the Oxfords cooked up a good stew if you want to get yourself a warm meal.
Oh, we might have some dumplings left and some fried potato sticks. There's
No,
vegetarian meat.
I'm pretty
options for
sure
both.
we
He ate all
don't
of
have
them,
any
didn't
more dumplings. I'm very sure of that. There's
Oh,
been
wait, no,
multiple
he's
times
right.
people check for the dumplings.
We're out of dumplings. We have stew.
Holy
There's
shit, the
venison
method
and
acting.
without
I
venison,
suddenly
if,
feel
you don't
actually
partake in
sick
meat.
from the motion I did. What the fuck?
Right, thank you.
No
By all
problem.
means. Well, I'm very happy that
So what'd
turned
you
out to be a
show?
lot
What?
better. Oh,
Wouldn't you like to know?
what's up?
Too much? What's wrong?
Oh, it's back again. That whole, like,
What do you mean?
Oh.
the whole, like, you know, just feeling just unwell thing. It's worse than the fucking casting thing at this point, because the casting's gone better. This is just literally for no
You need to
reason.
lay down?
You have the energy for a small walk, maybe some fresh air and
You
clean
want me to
air.
get you? Me to get you outside, top deck, or to your bed?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna see about some air, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
She gonna be good on the stairs?
Maybe that'll.
Do be careful, dear.
I'll be fine.
Sunny's with her.
And it's gone, just like that. Just like every other time this happens. Just literally, it's like whenever I feel that, if I just get up and go away somewhere else, it just gets better. Why the fuck does this keep happening?
Maybe because you're in a presence of something that upsets you?
Yeah, but what?
When does it happen the most?
I don't know, just, I mean, it's only been while I've been here on this airship. It started, like, it started when we arrived here, like, after, like, all the attacks and such wore down and, like, you know, the Rift Beast kind of, like, fucked off and whatever. That was the first time I noticed it happened. At some point, I don't remember
Do you
anything
want to
specific.
test something with me real quick?
Sure.
Come on.
Oh, okay. I don't like tests.
Don't say anything, but just...
Okay.
I want to test something.
Just a sword.
Well, it was a sword and a stone, and people touched it, and it had a spell where it launched you in the air.
Launched him
and
up.
people kept touching it.
Checking on you.
So a bunch of people got their legs broken because of it.
Couple seem obsessed.
Who broke their legs doing the sword thing?
Multiple.
Oh, God.
Wonderful.
Maybe I should go do that. That would be a fun activity. No, I'm kidding.
How? Yeah, okay.
I'm
dude, now you're
kidding.
Are you not much of a talker? I won't make you.
I mean, could be fun if someone's there to catch her.
Yeah, Barrett, you'll catch me. Right, I'm going back outside.
I don't want to interrupt that.
Yeah, no, it came back as soon as I went back into the room. I'm fine now, just... I don't like how it feels. It's... just... like, you know, just... the air feels bad at that point.
I want you to do something for me.
Yeah?
Take note of whoever's in the room with you whenever you feel like that. Please take note.
Okay. Do you think it's somebody? Not just, you know, just... Because, I mean, the vast majority of times it's happened, I think there was, like, one time that I think it happened just very briefly up on top deck, but every other time it's been in that room specifically, I feel like.
Well, then, we can either go about this two ways. Keep an eye on whoever you're surrounded with whenever you feel that way, or we can do a full sweep of that particular deck. Hi, good timing.
I guess I just...
Sunshine, Moonlight, you okay?
Making an observation about something.
I mean,
her condition.
Can't immediately place any commonalities between it, but then again, whenever I feel that way, I just kind of hyperfixate on the whole, like, oh god, I suddenly feel, like, really just like I'm on the verge of just something, and I just need to get up and walk away.
I understand, dear. Remember, if you get to that moment, done it multiple times before, deep breath, in and out, fine, surrounded by people who can help you.
Yeah, no,
We'll be there for you.
No, I just... It's not like, you know, the other times. It's just literally... whenever it happens, if I just get up and, like, just take a walk, it just seems to go away.
So when you say take a walk, in a specific direction, or...
Just away from wherever I feel it in the moment. Whenever I just feel that just nauseous feeling, if I just get up.
Do you have, like, a feeling of, like, a racing heart or that happen?
I mean, a a little bit. It's just more like, you know, like, you ever, like, jump from a bit of a high place and you feel like that moment, like your stomach, like, goes up into, like, your chest practically? Like...
Yeah, and I've been there multiple times.
It feels like that, in a way. Like, I'm just, like, just this sudden, like, nauseous, like... It's not, like, overwhelming, but it's just, like, this rush, and it's, like, discomforting, and it's distracting.
Did you notice anything specific every single time it happened? Maybe it's something surrounding you, maybe something...
Just, it's always sudden onset, and whenever I get up and just go somewhere else whenever I feel that, it just seems to fade pretty quickly.
Do you feel it now, dear?
No. I didn't feel it as soon as I came up here, and then Sonny asked me to go back inside, and as soon as I came back into the mess hall with everyone else, it came right back, and I need to leave.
You didn't have that feeling over the course of the entire day, did you?
No. Not until tonight.
But this is not the first time you felt it.
No. I think this is, like, now the 4th time it's happened. But, like, nobody around me is doing anything, as far as I can... Like, there's nobody doing weird magic, there's no one fucking around with, like, some stupid potion or whatever bullshit they like to do up here. It's just... I'm minding my own business, everyone else around me seems to be minding their own business, and then it's just suddenly, boom! I feel like I just, like, am gonna lurch or something, and I just need to get up and go somewhere else. Like, I think the first time I noticed it was when... around the time that, Vesper was having his conversation with the Roths. That was the first time. I was just trying to sit there listening, and I didn't focus at all on the conversation because I realized I was feeling really unwell. And most of the time it happens, it feels like it's in that room, and I don't know if that's just correlation, not causation.
Give me your hand.
What? What?
You trust me? I want to try to make a small experiment to see if my thought is real, or if this is just
Yeah, I mean...
something in the back of my head.
I guess. What?
Come with me in the mess hall again and see if it... Tell me as soon as it breaks out.
Okay, well, I'll be quiet about it, but you'll
And
notice.
of course, if it breaks out...
Yeah.
If it breaks out...
Day by day. Quinn's always been around.
Do you feel it right now?
The north is, well, Droza in general is a place neither of us have ever been, so it's been a bit extreme.
I feel fine right now.
To be fair, being attacked by rift beasts is
Yes,
something we're
the
more
feeling
used
just
to than
passed.
Droza, so...
I'm gonna try something. Not entirely sure.
That becomes less.
I'm gonna look around for a little bit. You stay here or go back at top deck with Sonny, okay?
I mean,
I doubt it will be. Being with Rosewood.
Kind of want to
And again...
listen in on the talk, so I'll be here.
Of course. Okay, love you, stay safe.
We'll try to keep you safe.
Knows where the danger is, so...
Most certainly. Definitely not the group you want to have joined if you wanted peace and quiet.
I mean,
Which
there's
I
not
understand
many
is not what you
places
were
that
seeking.
are peaceful and quiet these days.
No, not really. Not without money and luck, anyway.
Honestly surprised there are tribes still out here that have survived as long as they have. I mean, I'm not sure on the situation, how many rifts there are in Droza, but I would have thought a lot of them would have been wiped out.
It's possible they have.
Droza's
It is the
damn big.
desolate continent, but
People can be
it
stubborn.
is likely that True, and it is likely that many tribes that wander too close to a rift do get killed, but how would you hear about it, right? So... And by now it's probable, and well, it's extremely likely that they've adapted their, their routes, their things like that. And I'm sure that there's plenty of losses when a new rift opens or something else happens, but they are the type of people, again, that would adapt, so...
If they couldn't adapt, they wouldn't live here, that's for certain. Even without the rifts, this place is awful.
It's not so bad.
As I've heard.
Would you live
Wildlife aside. Wildlife, Drozans aside, yeah. I wouldn't mind it.
In this cold, you'd live here.
It is winter, to be fair. I'm sure it gets milder, as the year progresses. The flora tells me as much anyway. Yeah.
So I'm assuming
more
you
fond of the
haven't
coastal
happened to
areas
found
myself.
the star yet.
No luck with the star yet. But we have some directions.
I feel like if we had found it or had a solid lead, that we'd probably be mobilizing every person possible to go straight for it.
How did that rite of hospitality or whatever it was go?
It went honestly pretty well. All things considered, they didn't give us trouble. I think some people struggled with the accepting the meal portion of it that was basically compulsory for it to be fully honored because of differences in customs, shall we say?
Yes, they made us eat a human.
Yeah.
Specifically,
Slaughtered one, or
slave.
they just had one.
Apparently, it was an honored thing, like a great warrior, sort of.
Somebody who's
Goodbye.
basically final act of service because their life came to an end was to provide nourishment for those who remained. And, well, I could tell just by looking around there were a number of people who, struggled with that.
Thankfully, I had poison to make myself throw up afterwards, along with a couple of others, but I do feel for the rest of everyone else. Yes, don't worry, they won't find it.
Alright, their type don't.
I would hope
with
so.
waste.
Yes, don't worry.
The reason for that more specifically, if they find out Vespa, and they also find out for some reason who specifically it might have been. I'm not saying they have ways, but if it does, I promise to re-educate the people who do, which means they're going to be turned into an example. I hope this doesn't turn into that case.
It is covered, it's fine. They won't find it.
Yeah. But once that was all
Everybody else
said
is
and
sick, I hope
done,
so.
once it was all said and done, though, they held true to their word, and they were indeed very hospitable guests.
Hospitable.
Yes, not guests. We're the guests.
Surprisingly,
Hosts.
surprisingly accepting chieftess. Apparently, she partnered with an ex-slave human. No, not human. Severica, and she's a dragonkin. So, as far as Drozans go, I understand that they're a rather oddity. So,
Back on top deck, I might have an idea.
you're very understanding for Drozans.
Did I get you there?
Never heard of somebody marrying a slave, though.
I think that's why the ex-slave is the title.
Hey, it's okay. Go back on top deck.
Left in before there can be a unity among equals.
Right.
Gonna take another trip up there. I think the cold is still beating her up, so pardon me. Alright. Okay, take a deep breath. In and out, love. How are you feeling?
Better.
I think I might have a hunch of why this is the way that... Again, it's a gut feeling.
You do?
So when joined in down there, specifically, father was around and that was my first guess. Seemed to have no reaction once it happened. Other thing is, as soon as his daughter joined, we started to have these headaches, didn't she?
Yeah, just... I mean, I wasn't paying really close attention, but just, you know, the stomach lurch, head hurts. I just...
Yeah, so it did start. I'm not entirely sure what specifically it could have... So there's currently, when it comes to people that were in there, that are my suspicion, the prime one at first was the father. Father's out of the question, because once we were down there, again, it just immediately was a case of him, like, not causing anything. The other one, Sable's brother. Once they got in there, and they were there for a while, it might have caused maybe a couple of moments as well. Potentially also Sable.
I was around both Sable and their brother in close
No, you're
proximity
right.
for a while.
You're right.
I felt fine. Because, I mean, if it was Sable's brother, I would have reacted pretty poorly when we introduced him to Octavian.
No, you're right. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I just...
You're fine.
Something on this airship is not agreeing with me.
We're gonna figure out what that is. And if we can't throw it off, we're gonna talk about it, okay?
Okay. It's a shame. I really wanted to talk to him too. Or at least listen.
I can...
Because Rowan said apparently he doesn't just study rifts, he studies, like, the illnesses from them. Which means he might understand something about me.
Look. My personal suggestion is, and that's my own gut feeling, I think it's okay and I think it's the right thing for you to talk with him. But I want Caldwell there as well. I know Caldwell trusts him, but I also trust Caldwell. To me, this is a stranger.
I mean, I know Rowan wants to talk to him as well, and I asked if I could possibly sit in on that if I get the chance, but I mean, if I keep feeling sick whenever I'm near him trying to talk to him, I'm not gonna get very far.
Here's the thing again, what we're gonna try to do in the next couple of days, while he's still around, we're going to keep you close to him. If he's alone, I'll tell you and we'll try to approach him. Again, small talk. We don't need to have any sort of big conversation about this entire thing. But the matter of fact is that if you can stay close to him without these headaches, without any of those likes, then to me, he's not the problem. And then we're going to try to do the same, at least from how I see it, same with his daughter. See how that goes. Maybe catch her in a moment where she's not with her father. If she's alone in the room, eating, whatever, she seems to be the loner type, and you get those headaches,
I mean,
and that's my confirmation.
I'm willing to, you know, I can probably bear it and, like, it's not like, you know, like, I'm gonna, like, imminently, like, when I feel that I throw up, it's just more like the, like, you know, when, like, you eat something
Céline,
bad and
hon.
you just feel bad, like, I could try to talk to them and, like, if it would help.
But dear, it's also the fact that as soon as it happened, immediately start, for lack of a better word, holding your head, bending over for the sake of it because of pain.
Well, yeah, because
and don't give me the whole like I've been used to because of the it is sudden, but still I don't want you to feel this way. And I know you've been.
If it helps understand
Oh, you've been feeling
I can bear with it once. I'm not saying
the
like
entire
every
thing
single
about
time.
trying to. And no, it's your entire thing about trying to grin and bear it. It's.
Listen, if it's
okay.
I just want to know what it's happening so that it's not going to become another problem that you'll have to look at me weirdly for.
Why? Okay. Lunestri, you look at me right now, my dear. At what every single point did you think that I was going to look at you in any way, shape, or form weird? You make yourself too many worries about us. Me and Sonny were going to be okay. We're more worried about you.
I know.
And I know it's a vicious cycle where we worry and thus you worry. And because you worry, we worry. It's... I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to figure this out. Gonna take some time. You're so far very brave. Everything that you've done.
Hey, kiddo, you okay? I know that wasn't the best news to get.
Not alone.
I hope your folks find safe haven, if they haven't already.
Maybe I'll try going down for a bit, maybe. I don't like being up here either. The wind is kind of biting.
Right behind you.
Host of Fevira.
Essentially,
Fallen to the rifts.
And if the Riftists manage to make their way across the Arch River, which I'm sure they could, Night is probably not gonna fare much better, as far as I understand. Pure violent anarchy.
It's better over here. A little bit, at least.
Would last long, and Greenhaven. The shades will probably hold off, but the world is probably not much better. As for Kakar, after the death of the Brimes, I think he was in the city. I doubt.
You're nothing worrisome right now, do you?
I know. It's tolerable, I guess. I just...
However many officials are left in Kakar, it's probably some sort of civil war.
This is really frustrating me. Somebody who could actually give me some degree of insight. I can't even so much go near them, it seems. Anytime I do, it's just... I just feel sick.
It's gonna be a case where you might not hear them now for what. It doesn't mean it's gonna be the same way permanently. Plus, in the end, you've heard it yourself. But you were here for most of the conversation with Vesper and them. You had no problems. Maybe it's a thing where it's like, you step closer, it breaks out, you have to take a step back, then you go back.
They abandoned the rest of Fevira when we needed them most.
Remember, dear, against the pain, breathe in, breathe out.
It's
Breathe in.
discomfort, it's just...
Come
I've never dealt well with nausea.
You would think better. One would expect better from the Primes, but I suppose I'm not surprised. They have history of that. There's a reason why the French Empire essentially seceded from the Kakar Empire so many years ago. Some conflict or other, and I believe that the Primes also refused to help with the Shadow Lords when they were a thing. So, suppose people were hoping that they would lift a finger to help their fellow Fevirans.
What type of question would you want to ask him?
Our mistake.
Just the nature of what he's researched when it came to rift-borne illnesses. According to Rowan, he has studied those as well. If there's at least anything different from just, what we already know about devouring, then maybe it would at least shed some light on the actual cause of something like this.
You didn't see us. You just went by. Straight into the tavern.
Who?
Sunny.
Oh.
Want me to get her?
It's alright.
Hey. Starting to hurt again?
No, that was actually just an itch that time. An itch that really need to be scratched.
Maybe this is a weird question to ask, but are the voices saying anything?
Whenever they do chime in, I just feel like they're kind of mirroring my feelings in a way.
That's not that they're giving you guiding words, they're just...
No, they're
mimicking.
They're trying to, I guess, comfort, relate. Maybe they feel unwell too. I don't really understand. But they're frustrated about it, that much is certain.
Okay. See if it gets stronger now.
We were in a conversation.
What is it, dear?
They were all watching us.
It's fading.
So I had to eat some of it. Even if I
Notice that?
up later.
It's fading now.
I don't think you go plenty unless you eat brains. From what I've heard from
It started fading. Soon as the researcher and his daughter left. Whatever it is at bare minimum connected to either one of them. You're not feeling it now, right?
No, not.
So it's definitely also not Sable's brother.
I don't
Yes.
know what it could be, though. There... Unless it's, like, something on their person. If they're casting something, or... But I don't know if anyone else is feeling that way or not, or if it's just me.
Wish Helma wasn't sleeping right now. I also wish that Riley wasn't out right now camping with the rest of Umbra. Maybe they feel the same way about it.
I don't know. We haven't really talked about it. We haven't really talked about a whole lot regarding...
Really?
I mean, we haven't really properly touched base about, you know... The last time that we actually even tried to was when, you know, the second incident was kicking up, and at that point it was a bit too late to really actually talk about it. And well, Helma's mildly mad at me, from what I can tell. Rene's just a little disappointed, but not outright mad. I don't know how Blake feels. I did talk a little bit about how I felt to Rowan to try to put into context why I was so clearly discomfited by Vesper's idea, but didn't want to outright say I don't want to do it. I mean...
I understand.
It went better than you'd probably think it would. I think he was just happy that I was opening up about how I felt. Not bottling it up for once.
I mean, the fact that you're not bottling up anything.
I mean, I know he doesn't
Makes us feel
fully
a lot
agree with everything I feel. I don't know what aspects he didn't exactly clarify, but I could probably hazard a guess. At least some of it. But he did... He heard me, and that helped. I think I made it a bit more clear, at least, about why I was concerned about the idea of trying to block out, well, try to block Shoff out. And it comes down to the fact that if everything I know thus far is true, or at least along the path of true, and what I suspect regarding why they said that the pain of, well, the compulsions is not an intended effect. If it's a matter of there being interference, and they're that desperate to try to get through whatever it is to speak to people, putting up more interference may just ultimately make it worse if they persist.
But the entire aspect of trying to set up, maybe not a wall or an interference, but essentially an assistance, I think. Is it so bad to give it a try?
When they came to help us find our way back to our friends, that's effectively asking me to tell them that I don't appreciate anything that they've done. Means that whether we want to look at it that way or not, it would be an escalation of an already hostile stance that the majority of people here take, and they are dead set on proceeding forward with what they strive for, regardless of whether or not they're liked. You have to
But
consider
putting up
that
that wall,
every action that is taken to oppose them does not deter them, and that the ones who pay the price for that extra effort required end up being people like me and Helma. I know Helma's fine with it. I feel like that we are focusing on the wrong target for our frustrations. As far as I can tell, Shoth is not tied to the rifts. The rifts may be their own thing, and the rifts are ultimately the problem, and potentially part of the problem that's affecting Erna and the reason Shoth exists at all.
have you ever had a conversation with other people? How do I say this? I know we keep on having an eye on people like Helma.
Define other people in this case.
I was going to. People like back in the day who also encountered the orb, or in this case, I guess, Shoth. What about people like Ivy and Yuki? I understand Yuki is someone who's not very compatible when it comes to conversation. There's other people who have also encountered it. What about them?
I mean, I could approach them, but you have to understand that there is a certain degree of trepidation of talking about it when it feels like if I so much as a word or get misunderstood the wrong way, that people are going to be calling for me to be strung up and thrown over the balcony.
You're not going to be strung up and thrown over. It's not going.
But can you understand why I might feel that way?
I'm not saying I don't understand that you feel this way. I do. But I'm also giving you my guarantee. It's not going to happen, Céline.
I mean, okay, if I end up talking to someone who's been around them, get their opinion on the matter, what does it change? The people that I'm worried about aren't necessarily the ones who I'd need to talk to.
They aren't necessarily the ones you need to talk to. They're also not necessarily the ones who... How do I say this? They're potentially also the ones who might have information that you not currently possess. Sometimes the most successful road to a goal is a road that you've traveled in the past. Potentially talking with, Ivy might give you further insight on a couple things. Ways that you've not considered it before. And even if you have, then sure, all you've done is potentially waste some time. And yeah, if you made for someone, let's say like Ivy and Mad, okay. What about it?
But it's a secret.
Well, when the thought is out there, at least one person, if not several, that if we are ultimately successful in our hunt for the Celestine fragments, or remains, or whatever the hell they are, that the question is, what then when the order is given to seize it? And everyone immediately looks at me.
Like I said, it's a bit of a squeeze.
Rowan posed that question, I gave him an answer.
No, I'm kidding.
He didn't at least sound hostile to it, but I did tell him the truth of how I felt. But I'm sure that if he's thinking it, other people are too. The same people that apparently see fit to, well, talk shit about me to other people. I don't really care, but it's a matter that I'm not exactly going out of my way to seek other people when it's clear how the majority seem to think of me.
You have a lot of perceptions of other people. Might look at you with spite, disgust, hatred. Are you so sure about that?
More sure than you might think. Don't need to talk to them.
Kinda sad, honestly, Céline. Thought you know your initiative a little bit better than that. So far I've seen, yes, people have thoughts about your situation. But a lot of them also have thoughts of worry. Not because, oh, look at Céline, she's going to go deeper into the hole and fuck everything up. No. They have worry because they care. Same way me and Sunny do.
Well, they certainly are shit at showing it then.
Céline, my dear, my moonlight, I think you understand that we are a little bit different in our way of showing by the fact that we literally love you.
I'm not saying that they
try to tell you every day.
I'm not saying they have to do it the same way you guys do, but
it's the openness.
Half the time when I open up, people just hear what they want to hear. The only ones lately who didn't do that were you and Rowan and someone else. Everyone else, whenever I talk to them, it's just immediately based off how they responded to me. I knew that they didn't hear what I said. They heard what they wanted to hear and made their assumptions based off that, and then proceeded to tune out everything else that I had said from that point on.
Here. One hand I understand one.
So why should I keep whipping myself trying to make a case for why I feel the way I do, just because of the fact that I shouldn't
why
need
fight
to
when all
prove
people end up looking you with disgust anyway?
Is
that what it is?
If they already see what they want to see, they hear what they want to hear, what difference does it make if I try to explain it? They're going to not change their mind.
The fact that you try. The fact that despite everything, you don't just say, fuck you, I don't care anymore. You keep trying. As much as there is that
You make it
Céline that I have
more
gotten to know.
simple than it actually would be in practice, but okay.
But then what is in itself stopping you from trying? Is it because of the people who are going to find you like a monster?
For starters.
Yeah, this is why I'm trying also be there. To understand, to let down that guard of self-preservation.
I'll tell you in a minute. Just come on! Alright.
Trying to let that help you let that guard down. So you can talk to people. The reason why I'm saying I'm going to protect you, just for the sake of me trying to be through, trying to play it up. Oh, look at big strong Barrett caring about Céline. No, the reason for that. So you have the space to breathe. It's the same way as my sister did back in the day. Allowing me an aired room to breathe against my father. No, Father, Barrett and I are currently still discussing war strategies. When in reality, all we did was find some time for ourselves in our own rooms. read. I'm trying to help you cover your back.
I have you guys. It's good enough for me.
That's all you need, then I can understand that. I'm not asking for anything else either. You and Sonny is all I need. Told you multiple times as well. I stand to that. The rest of the initiative explodes, so be it, as long as I have both of you. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't try. You could absolutely try your best. Because the way how I see it,
I can try all I want.
choice.
Next time something happens, regardless of if it's ultimately my fault or not, all of that will go to waste. Because people
How do you know that?
assume, like they always do. They've always done that from the beginning since I've been here.
And if they do it again, and we will, the same way as it is from that point onward, find a way to not let that be the case. I remember at the start when everything was completely up shit's creek, and people were immediately worried about it. Back in the day, they also talked about the same thing they're doing now. Oh, we gotta be careful with Céline. And now look at us. Yeah, sure. A lot of people have made progress. They've opened up to the idea of who you are, what is happening to you, that it's not your choice, Céline.
Some of them question that.
A lot of people will question that. But it's about trying to make sure they see that you're trying to convince them. Because what is going to happen? Let's
justify my existence to them.
It's not about your existence. It's about a condition. You deserve to live, Céline. Everybody does. There are only a few people in this realm that I've looked in the eyes or heard about where I'm saying you do not deserve to live. You are absolutely not those people.
Look, I opened up to Rowan. That's one more person than I did yesterday. Is that not good enough? Can't I just
I've never said that I wasn't proud of you. Céline, my love. I am extremely proud of you.
Can't we just leave this for another day? Can't I just have one win and not have it be overshadowed by that I'm not doing enough?
I'm not.
It's not what you're saying, but it's how I feel when I hear that.
No, it's... Apologize. I'm sorry my words made you... It's not my... And I know you know. I know you're making good progress. I'm nothing more than proud of you. I would never want to take that victory away from you. It's a slow process and every step counts. Yes, my worry is just for my thought process. It's just that we do not go stagnant. Stagnant is the fastest way for us to get. I don't want you to Céline. I want you to keep fighting.
I'm trying. I just don't know what trying entails.
Trying is the best that we do at the moment. Trying is all that we have. Know this, Céline. I am extremely proud of the distance that you have so far made. Progress you've... Even if you might think it's not a lot, I see it. Because it's a lot for you.
I don't know if I can open up to everybody. That I don't think will ever be possible. Just due to the overall
And you don't have
difference in
to.
opinions. I'm trying to get a feel for people.
Céline, my beloved, I know for a fact that
in when I can.
I know. No, I very much know. You will not be able to convince everybody, and I'm aware of that. But it's the people that you do convince that matter. Again, Rowan was a great success today. Because again, he's our captain.
He at least understands why I feel the way I do. At least I believe he does.
I like to imagine that Rowan is smarter than others might think. I know for a fact that he is same as all of us from the very start, trying our best to help you out, dear.
Yeah. I'm tired.
Céline. Love you, dear.
Love you too.
Now, go. Even if it's hard. Try to at least give our sunshine also a little bit of love. Oh.
I will.
Throw the wrappings away when you're done.
The what?
Sonny.
Happened.
You're probably fine.
Sonny.
You know, the little wax paper wrappings
Sonny.
for the folks who were taking them out.
I'm going off to bed. So, just
Did you eat
ate
the
them,
wrappings?
didn't you?
Good night.
I mean, you know, they're made of wax, it's edible. So.
Do I look like an idiot to you? I would never eat the wrappers.
No, you
no,
can
of course
talk about what you think is going on with her. So we're on the same page. She had a similar fall.